Pledge for me. And we'll have a lunchtime grandfather.
I think that is a very good idea.
All right,
Keep it light.
what are we gonna have for lunch then? That's the real question of the day. You know, now that pizza is not my favorite. Pizza's fallen into disgrace.
It has, okay. That's good to know. No, it's not our thing.
Probably.
I know, tacos kind of give you everything, don't they? They just make it perfect. Okay.
Okay, so I'm turning on the computer.
Yep,
And I'm getting ready to do what you tell me.
yep. So instead of signing in, okay,
So,
okay, I'm gonna try it. We'll see if I can do it.
um,
6, 8, 13.
I got the YouTube part down cold.
You awesome. If I'd stop changing up how this is done, we would have this down too. Can you admit me, sweet pea, and make me a co-host? Oh, Brian. He's gonna be on. He got booted.
Your co-host.
Because
I mean,
we need 5
Oh.
oh God.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
I think I normally.
I'm sure it's fine.
Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. It is 9:30, and this is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room are all three commissioners, staff, applicants, / members of the public. We have a full agenda. We will begin our meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Moving on to item 4, review of the agenda. Do any of the commissioners or either of the commissioners have anything to adjust?
Nothing for me.
Staff? Good, okay, we'll proceed in this manner. We will now move to item 5, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. And I'd just like to point out to the public, we have a new kind of information that we have added to the agenda, just to kind of clarify how public comment is handled during our meeting. So I'm just going to review that, and then we can talk about it a little more as commissioners in case you want to adjust it when we get to more as section on meeting protocol and so forth. But just as a reminder for everybody, public comment on specific agenda items will be permitted at the chair's discretion and as the schedule allows. Each public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Members of the public who wish to provide comments on a particular agenda item are encouraged to do so in writing through our online form by no later than noon on the day before the scheduled meeting. This will help to ensure the board has the opportunity to review your comments should the time for public comment during the meeting be limited. The chair will not invite public comment on routine county staff and commissioner updates that are not listed as specific agenda items. And again, the whole thing is at the chair's discretion, unless it's a public hearing, of course, and as the schedule allows. So we now are on that actual public comment for items not on the agenda. Reminder to please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. So I will begin the 3-minute timing when someone online is asked to unmute, or at the time that a member of the public is situated at a microphone. Mr. Tully, I see that you are have your hand raised for public comment, not items on the agenda. Please unmute yourself, and the timer has begun.
Well, actually, I should get 6 minutes because of the I'm commenting on this policy as well. The previous policy was problematic. Anyways, and this is more so. And you know, instead of 6 minutes, I'll just leave it at that. You know, there's a fundamental philosophical difference in the approach to reality. You know, reductio ad absurdum does not work. You need to be able to look at the whole picture as well, and you are not doing so. The whole is more than the sum of the parts, and that is what it takes to win out over entropy. Your policies are death for the entire species and the entire planet. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand raised by Brian Millard. Forgive me if I am mispronouncing your name. Please unmute yourself, and your 3 minutes is beginning now.
That's okay. You were correct, Millard. And I'm not sure if I'm in the correct part of this question and answering. But I submitted a question about the road M44, Specie Creek Road. However, that it's not mentioned at all in the February or January 25 roads report, which, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that it's not, seeing that everybody up here at Specie Mesa has either emailed, called, or contacted the county commissioners about the state of this road, how dangerous and decrepit it's become over the last 2 years. This road used to be, I mean, simple to drive up, no issues. And now, I mean, even yesterday, I came 6 inches from going off of that road. It's dangerous to the public and dangerous to the residents that live up here and pay taxes. We got response from Mr. Rigetti on this issue, how that it's a country road and we need to be able to just handle the conditions the way they are, and we need to be able to put our cars in 4-wheel drive. I've been up here for 8 years and we've never had somebody come back at us with the amount of disinterest in trying to get our situation handled. So I just wanted it to be put on record that that road is dangerous. All the residents up here agree with that sentiment and that it needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We will move on to the consent agenda, item number 6. Any comments or questions about the consent agenda? If not, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Vote.
Aye.
Aye.
As well, the consent agenda is approved. Moving on now to administrative matters. Item 7A, consideration of Suzanne Chevens for the Citizens Weed Advisory Board appointment. Ms. Chevens, would you like to approach the microphone as well? I assume Parks and Open Space Director Janet Cask will begin.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner Brown. We have Suzanne Chevens with us today, and I'd like to recommend to the county commissioners that she be appointed to the county's Citizens Weed Advisory Board. Suzanne brings a wealth of knowledge to us with, she's a valued member of our county staff as our communications coordinator. She assists us each month when we do our noxious weed of the month. And she's just real interested in the topic at hand. And we'd love to have her join the board. She would round out the board. We would, for the first time, have a full board at 5 members. We currently have 3 members in Norwood, 1 in Ophir, so she would be our East End representative in Telluride.
Terrific. Suzanne, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I started getting into weeds as a very academic sort of approach by doing Weed of the Month during the summer months for Parks and Open Space. And I was given some very basic bullet points and photos and everything, and I would do further research to flesh out the press releases. And it really sparked, like I said, a very academic interest in weeds. And as somebody who appreciates a balanced environment, weeds put things very grossly out of balance. So let's work on this. And I just want to throw my efforts into it, and hopefully with my skills, be the one on the weed board to really help get the word out about what we offer as far as cost sharing programs and things like that, and heightened awareness.
Terrific. Do either of the commissioners have a comment?
I am so grateful that you're not going to sit back and just clutch your pearls, as you said in your letter. With that, Galina, unless you had more to add, I'd make a motion.
Well, I just want to say thanks for being willing to serve on this really important board. And I think you'll be a great asset with all of your skill set and communication skills specifically. And it's just exciting to me that there's going to be a full board.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Suzanne. I know you're looking for things to do in your upcoming retirement.
We look
Really
for busy.
appreciate this. Thank you. Okay, I think we maybe need a motion. Yes, we do.
I move to appoint Suzanne Chevens for the Citizens Weed Advisory Board.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion passes unanimously. Welcome.
Thank you
to
very
another
much.
role in San Miguel County. And
Of
thank
course,
so
thank
much.
you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Moving on to item 7B, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-09, authorizing the obligation of funds received from the United States Department of Agriculture in accordance with Title III of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000, as reauthorized by Public Law 115-191, Section 302A2. Ramona Rummel, Finance Director. There she is.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. So yes, before you is the resolution for your approval and consideration. We received the 2022-2023 federal monies, and we needed, in January came to you with a proposal to obligate those funds for the items as specified, and we had to go through a public comment period as part of the process. That public comment period ended on March 24th. There were no comments received regarding the suggested or requested use of those funds. So this is the formalization of that process via resolution to obligate those funds for the purposes set forth. For the 2025 budget, these funds will be used as part of the contract with West Regional Wildfire Council. Will be part of that funding. So when we receive the Q2 invoice from West Regional Wildfire Council, if this resolution is approved, then we will pass those monies on as part of that contract payment, and it will then expend those funds, and then we can proceed with the certification next February as defined in that resolution as well. So those funds would be properly obligated for the purposes set forth.
Terrific. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
None from me. This is where we plan to go.
Same.
Unless other staff has a comment, I believe we are ready for a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2025-09, authorizing the obligation of funds received from the United States Department of Agriculture in accordance with Title III of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000, as reauthorized by Public Law 115-141, Section 302A2.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The resolution passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Ramona.
Thank you, commissioners.
Terrific use of those funds. We are now moving on to item 7C, which is consideration of a Board of County Commissioners letter of support for a Mountain Village ordinance, adding chapter 3.06 to the Town of Mountain Village Principal Code to impose a tax on ski tickets. This is a letter we've been kind of workshopping over the last few days. I have not finalized the letter because I'm waiting for confirmation from Town of Mountain Village staff and council as to the very specific contents of that ordinance. It was presented on first reading in draft form, and there was some discussion. I'm just waiting to see what the final version is to make sure that we are all aligned on that. So the letter is almost ready to go. And when it is, I guess I will notify you all for any comments or revisions, and then we will ratify it at our next meeting. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, any comments or questions about that? Just as a reminder, this is in response to the inability of SMART to reach an agreement or a signed agreement with Chuck Horning in regards to TSG's contribution to the gondola, which had been agreed upon in principle, but we were unable to get a clean signed contract from Mr. Horning. So in response to that, the Mountain Village is proposing to impose a tax on ski lift tickets. Unfortunately, but at least we do have that option, or they do have that option. Okay, so we'll be in touch as the details are finalized. I'm seeing nods. Moving on to 7D, consideration of the third quarter public trustee report, as well as the fourth quarter public trustee report. And I believe Brandy Hatfield,
She was just in the room.
she was,
And
she came and then she left.
take a moment.
I think she saw it on your consent agenda, but it looked like it got moved from your consent agenda.
Yeah, no, we spoke about that. She
Yeah.
understands. Let me just.
Okay, sure. Let's just pause for a minute. Yeah, there was something of hers on the consent agenda, but then these items have been on the under administrative matters.
Yeah, I believe we moved it from consent to the actual agenda yesterday.
Yeah, and I
For the
think
24 years, so.
she,
I had an older agenda. She looked at my agenda, so I didn't get her.
oh, okay. No, she's familiar. She must have just not realized how efficient we were gonna be with items 7A through C. So she will probably be right back. Did you say someone was online, Sharon?
So Becca Lang, who is a deputy clerk, is online.
Trustee.
Deputy treasurer. Yeah, oh,
Is she coming?
deputy-
She's gonna be jumping on Zoom as we speak.
Okay. Deputy clerk just rolled off my tongue.
Yeah.
Okay. So just as background for the other commissioners, this was all originally on the consent agenda. But I felt like since we don't get to see much of Brandy in our day-to-day work, that it might, and because we have a new commissioner, and because other commissioners can always use a refresher, that she might just present these items and give us a quick background on them as opposed to just checking them off our list. There's Brandy.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Brandy, you wanna, when you're ready, turn on your audio video so we can see you.
Sorry about that. I thought you wanted me over there at 9:40, so when you approved the consent agenda, I left.
Oh, sorry, sometimes we're off by a few minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me on to talk about my office. Here's a fun fact you may already know. Did you know that the Treasurer and Public Trustee's office is one of only 7 offices within San Miguel County? The term office implies inherent power and independent authority and is specific to those elected officials. The county has numerous departments. The term department implies being subordinate to the government. Departments are subordinate to the commissioners. They receive their authority from you. The Treasurer and Public Trustee office has 2 distinct and different roles within the county. The Treasurer is a constitutional elected position, and the Public Trustee is a statutorily appointed position. The Treasurer is responsible for mailing property tax notices, collecting, appropriating, and dispersing taxes to the taxing authorities, such as schools, towns, the county, special districts, receiving and depositing all monies for the county, dispersing monies upon the order of the Board of County Commissioners, and investing all excess funds. The Treasurer is responsible for all internal and external banking relationships. The Treasurer's office handles all county deposits except for a portion from the county sheriff's office. The Treasurer's office manages the investment portfolio per Colorado state statutes and the county investment policy, focusing on safety and liquidity before yield. We offer an online tax lien sale, conduct treasurer deed auctions, process abatements and omissions, and monitor bankruptcy proceedings. The Treasurer serves as the Public Trustee. The Public Trustee is a statutory mediator between property owners and their bank and mortgage company. The Public Trustee is appointed to perform public service duties as prescribed in Title 38 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. These duties include processing documents pertaining to foreclosures of deeds of trust and releasing deeds of trust. We do not provide legal advice, but ensure fair treatment to both parties. As part of our office's commitment to being environmentally friendly, we offer an electronic tax option that allows residents to receive their tax notices via email. We require all qualified holders to submit their foreclosure and release proceedings electronically, and we print to PDF as much as possible to keep the amount of paper used to a minimum. Most of all, we're here to serve the citizens of San Miguel County. The semi-annual report before you is dated July 1st through December 31st, 2024. For every fund we hold, you will see the balance as of July 1st, the amount collected for current taxes, delinquent taxes, and miscellaneous revenue, as well as the amount withdrawn for abatements, transfers, treasurer fees, disbursements, and the balance ending December 31st, 2024. The two public trustee reports in your packet are for the third and fourth quarter of 2024. They show the transactions for the respective periods and how they compare with the prior year periods. Do you have any questions?
No questions from me, Brandy, but thank you for that primer on your role and responsibilities.
I echo that. Thank you, Brandy. That was very clear and informative.
Yeah, very clear. I had a question for you, Brandy, on when you say miscellaneous receipts or revenues that would come into a fund, are those things like fees and, yeah, what are those actually? Generally.
That would, yeah, building permit fees,
Yeah.
clerk fees, those grants, anything that's the county collects that are not taxes.
That aren't taxes. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Good. Well, it's great to hear from you. I'm sorry we didn't get to see you in person, but it's helpful and we appreciate your hard work and that of Becca's as well.
Commissioners.
Yes, Mike Bordonia.
Hey, Brandy, thanks so much for jumping on. And I apologize. One of the statements you said earlier on just kind of piqued my curiosity. What portion of sheriff's office deposits are not handled by the treasurer?
I would rather the sheriff speak to that, but I am pretty sure it is just their commissary, I believe. I don't have the proper terms.
Okay.
When an inmate gives money to the sheriff's department to buy things
While in
from
jail.
the sheriff's office
Yeah.
while incarcerated, the sheriff's office handles that themselves.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So that's probably a minuscule amount compared to all of the other funds that you manage.
Correct.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Brandy.
Thanks for having me.
You're so welcome. Take care. Okay, we will not be taking public comment at this time, given that we are running a bit behind schedule. Well, not too bad, but a little bit behind schedule. And we do have a number of members of the public and applicants here for substantial conversations. So we will now move on to item 8A, which is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-08 for an insubstantial plat amendment for lot 12 Skyfield PUD to modify the building area. And that will be presented by Nicola Kerr, our associate planner.
Yeah, just pulling up my slideshow. I'm sorry, quick correction. This is an insubstantial PUD amendment. That was a typo on the agenda. I apologize. They are very similar, but technically this is regarding the Skyfield PUD. So this is a insubstantial PUD amendment for the Cornelius and the Brew Baker Trust on lot 12 Skyfield North. They are being represented by Tom Kennedy, attorney. This is located at 54 Timberwood Drive on parcel 4779053000025. The parcel is 9 acres and is zoned low density. This application is an administrative review, so it's been approved by Kay, and we have that letter of approval in your resolution. And then we're coming to you all for sign off on this resolution so it can be officially recorded. Partly because we aren't requiring a new plat for this. So we're doing the resolution in lieu of the plat, similar to the one we did for Dan Collins a few months ago. So this is for a minor encroachment outside of their platted building area. There's a little bit of their roof overhang eaves hanging over that, and a portion of their patio. Both of these are pre-existing, so just correcting to make sure that's all copacetic going forward. This is the general location over there on the left, adjacent to Mountain Village. Here's lot 12, an aerial view. Here is the plat detail showing that original plat in the building area, and then with the house overlaid onto it, and just showing those tiny areas of encroachment. You can see it a little bit more clearly on this slide. I'll just read these numbers for you since you may not be able to see, but that eave overhang is going just about 4.5 feet over that building area. The corner of the building is going a 0.1 foot over the building area platted, and then the patio is going 7 feet over. So we would just be adjusting that platted building area ever so slightly to accommodate for those pre-existing encroachments. And then this was sent out to the county attorney, the county manager, the deputy county manager, our building official, and the West Meadows HOA. We did get approval from the West Meadows HOA as a part of their application that was submitted on February 26th. And the only comments we got from other referral agencies was just stating that they had no comments or objections. And then here are the review standards. This is more regarding Kay's review of issuing that administrative approval. And then these are the review standards for the insubstantial amendment. Once again, just listing things that would bump it up into a substantial amendment. And this is not changing the character of the development, not increasing the structures by greater than 3%. It's not increasing trip generation, etc. And so this is going to be an insubstantial PUD amendment. And then here is your sample motion. And please let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Before we have take questions, would either Mr. Cornelius or Mr. Kennedy, his attorney, like to speak to this? If so, please come on up to the microphone.
I'm just here to answer questions. Tom Kennedy for the applicant. I think Nicola did a nice job presenting it. The application lays it out. It's a pretty straightforward thing. A couple of modest encroachments that are in the building area under the PUD. And so we're just asking for relief for that.
Commissioners, any questions or comments?
It's a very clear presentation. I don't have any questions.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready to move forward.
Yes, please.
I move to authorize the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners Chair signature on resolution 2025-08 for an insubstantial plat amendment for lot 12.
PUD amendment. If you could read
PUD amendment, thank you.
Sample motion. Thank you.
Got it.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Where should I jump in? I've got Skyfield PUD as presented, insubstantial PUD amendment for lot 12, Skyfield PUD as presented.
Thank you. I second that.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. I would just notice that on the resolution, the note is that it names Lance Waring as the chair to sign the resolution.
I will fix that.
Fix that before.
Yeah,
we
sorry about that.
That's okay. It's been happening all over the place. Thank you very much. Again, we will not be taking public comment on this matter as it is purely administrative. I am moving on now to item 8B. Consideration of a request for amendment on termination of a deed restriction on an accessory dwelling unit, Skyfield North, lot 12. So this is the same lot, same owners, same attorney, different member of our planning department. Hello, Kay Simonson, director.
Hello, and good morning. So this is a request for an ADU termination for lot 12 Skyfield North. Termination of a deed restriction is at the discretion of the BOCC. In the past, the BOCC has terminated ADU deed restrictions subject to payment of the current employee housing mitigation fee. The deed restriction for lot 12 limits occupancy to qualified employees and their families, and I'll get into what exactly that all means in a moment here. So as you saw in the previous one, here's the location up on the West Meadows off of Victoria Point Lane, which then leads to Timberwood Drive. By way of background, from 1994 to 2007, ADUs were required to be deed restricted in order to encourage employee housing. So in January 1994, the code was amended, requiring construction of an ADU with a deed restriction for any house greater than 5,000 square feet. The deed restriction in the code limited occupancy to qualified employees and their immediate families. And any ADU, so even if the house was less than 5,000 square feet, any ADU built in that period also had to be deed restricted. Alternatively, owners could pay a fee in lieu of $80,000 at that time. In May 1994, the land use code was amended that allowed occupancy of deed restricted ADUs by owners and their families, in addition to the qualified employees and their immediate families. But that was only if the ADU was associated with a house that was less than 5,000 square feet. And that's why we have two different deed restrictions for our ADUs. Less than 5,000, over 5,000. Of our remaining ADU deed restrictions out there, because we've had terminations over the years, about 60% of them are for houses that are less than 5,000 square feet. About 40% of them are for the employee only over 5,000. So in 2007, the ADU deed restriction was removed from the code and replaced by the employee housing impact fee. In 2020 and 2021, we did have a moratorium on terminations of ADUs so that we could get a better handle of what we had out there. And also discuss whether or not we want to put more into the code as to whether or not we would allow these termination requests, because 2019, 2020, we were getting several of those. Yeah, Lance is nodding along with me. He remembers those. But in the end, we decided to continue looking at them on a case-by-case basis. And also, we did at that time do compliance checks on the ADUs, and half of the property owners didn't even respond. And of those that did respond, only one was occupied by a qualified employee. And the others were either sitting vacant or being used by the owners. In 2022, then, as you know, we updated the employee housing impact fee, now using the market gap method rather than the old method that only tried to recover our subsidies that went into housing. So, you know, significantly different amount of fee amount. So regarding lot 12 on Skyfield PUD, the house was constructed in 2002. According to the assessor's records, the house is 6,999 square feet. I double checked against the building permit records, and that does show that it was permitted as 6,482 square feet. So we do have a little bit of a difference there. At the time, the owner chose to build and deed restrict an ADU rather than pay the fee in lieu of the ADU. And because the house is greater than 5,000 square feet, the deed restriction states that the use and occupancy of the accessory dwelling unit is hereby limited exclusively to employees who earn their incomes primarily within the Telluride R1 school district and their immediate family members. So the owner's proposal, and I'm going to apologize because I really I had a fail when I was writing my report, reading comprehension fail. Once I figured out the two different deed restrictions, I think I used up all my comprehension.
We've been there, Kay.
Yes. So the owner's proposal is either termination of the deed restriction in exchange for payment of the now current employee housing mitigation fee. And based on 6,999 square feet, that would be $272,843. It would not include the structure that the ADU is in, because I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the dwelling unit, the accessory dwelling unit itself is less than 2,000 square feet. It's just within a barn that is larger. which is what the assessor shows that as a larger building.
Mhm.
John let me know that that question had come up. Is that correct?
Actually, the accessory dwelling unit is part of that, the 69.
Oh, 6,999.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we, if it's part of the, whole big house, the full, then we count it. If it's in a separate structure, we don't assess the impact fee. And then there's also some, other accessory buildings out there. Anyhow, modification, the other option was modification of the deed restriction to allow owners and their immediate family to occupy the ADU. Well, this would match the deed restriction language for houses less than 5,000 square feet. And Mr. Cornelius offered up payment of half of the current fee in exchange for that. As staff, I really have concerns with the precedent that could be created by modification of a deed restriction. I would prefer not to start that. Just because, these ADU deed restrictions are a little bit of a challenge already. And I also just want to note that the 80,000 fee that could have been paid in 2002 would be a little over $140,000 in today's dollars. So just for information purposes. So my recommendation is to approve termination of the deed restriction for the accessory dwelling unit and direct staff to prepare the termination agreement. We have a form that we just fill in the blanks on. And that would be for signature by the owner and the board chair, subject to the payment of an employee housing impact fee in the amount of, and I would suggest that it be $272,000, $272,843. Spitting out there. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Again, before we take questions, I'll ask if Mr. Kennedy or Mr. Cornelius would like to address the board.
I guess my only comment, thanks, Kay, and thanks to the board for considering this. Our understanding, we never knew that there were two different deed restrictions when we bought the property. We never understood that. I mean, we would have probably pursued the buying it out when we first built that property. I didn't know what an ADU was when we came to San Miguel County, so I had a lot of questions and actually had some discussions with the county. And our understanding, which in retrospect is not correct now, but our understanding was that we could use the ADU for personal use. We've never rented it. It's only been used occasionally for friends and family when they visited. And actually the way it's designed, it's not conducive to rental. It complies with the square footage and all that, but it's not conducive with rental. But we understand the situation as it is now, and we wanted to propose something that hopefully is acceptable to the county to just buy out the deed restriction.
Tom, anything from you?
Yeah, now I would just say that, at the time, again, there wasn't an appreciation for that nuance between 5,000 over and over and generating different deed restrictions. And they honestly thought that they were, that wasn't an issue, and that if they build it, they could use it for their personal use. It wasn't any way of trying to kind of game the system, so to speak. And frankly, I think they're coming forward now, and yeah, they could have paid it out at 80 grand before, but they're coming forward with the proposed, mitigation fee as to what it would be today. And I think the idea of doing the termination as opposed to the modification, that's fine too. And so the number is consistent with what the code would require if they were starting today, for both the main home and the area associated with the ADU. So I think they're coming forward with a fair proposal.
And the other thing I'd add, and it was in our letter, I mean, we've been full-time residents in San Miguel County since we built the house in 2002, 2003. And we actually have the house under contract to sell. And that's when both that encroachment as well as this issue came up. It came to our light, and, so we wanted to bring it to you guys for discussion. But what's driving this, and it's been heartbreaking for us, but my wife is actually having issues with altitude now. And so she's been advised that we need to move, and it's becoming increasingly clear that that's the case. So that's kind of the driver behind, our moving away from a home that we've had for longer than we've lived anywhere else in our lives. So.
Sorry about those circumstances, Richard. Lance.
I have sat with previous boards that were deeply reluctant to relinquish any ADUs, but that was under the old price impact fee system. I'm content with Mr. Cornelius's offer of full payment at 272,843, and I agree with Kay's assessment that changing an individual deed restriction is a really complicated and bad path to start down.
Lena?
I mean, in principle, I have reluctancy letting any potential ADUs that are deed restricted go. But understanding the way that it's built, that wasn't totally clear to me in the packet, just so you know. So I was leaning a certain way, just reading through the packet, but kind of understanding that. And then just taking into consideration that you've been so involved in the community, have lived here full time, have been real members of the community, dedicating your time on boards. That also is a factor for me. And so, yeah, I'm okay with terminating this deed restriction, and I think that payment will hopefully transpire into further workforce housing moving forward. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that you brought us two different options that kind of helps us weigh, you know, the one that I think we're all leaning towards. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate also that you're willing to go with the county's square footage calculation as opposed to yours. And I just want to confirm with Kay that you are 100% comfortable with that 6,999 feet as the basis for the calculation.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then I also wanted to say that while we're losing a property that is sort of designated as a workforce housing, it's never actually been a workforce housing unit. It's not like you're kicking somebody out of the unit. And also removing the deed restriction doesn't preclude a future owner from renting it to a local employee. So in my mind, we're actually not losing anything that we have, and yet we are gaining the housing mitigation fee. And I really appreciate that you're willing to pay, at today's rate versus, 2002 when there was evidently a misunderstanding. So I also agree with Commissioner what's your name? Where? Gleason, looking at you, that it is, we don't want to set a precedent of amending a deed restriction. So I think our path forward here is pretty clear. Does staff have any further comments or questions? We do have time to take a 3-minute public comment, and I see that Mr. Tooley's hand is raised. Let me get my little timer here ready. What's going on with it? Okay.
Yo, can you turn my camera on?
Excuse me?
Can you put my camera on, please? I'd like to speak face to face.
I'm sorry, you're a little muddled.
He's looking for a camera.
Oh, I think, do you want to put on Mr. Tooley's camera?
Yeah, it's yes or no. Not too much.
He needs to talk about
I
that.
got my Bluetooth earbud in. Let me get that out. Sorry for the.
You should be able to turn on your camera now, Mr. Tooley.
Oh, thank you. Am I completely unintelligible, or?
We can hear you.
How's that?
We can hear you fine.
Okie doke. So, mitigating an action is completely, the idea is like for like. There's really no question on this. The biggest takeaway is the problematic regulations that are impossible to understand for anyone across all the different jurisdictions. I don't know how much we can do about it, but we don't need Mountain Village and the town of Telluride. And we should have that one jurisdiction and jurisdiction of the county. And that makes it easier to balance them off against each other instead of a 3-body thing, which, if you look at the physics of it, is completely unpredictable. And then, there is a need for retirement housing for the employees of this area. and there is no reason why we should not be building that. And there is no reason why it should not be open to non-deed restricted property owners who are at that point of their life on a financial basis.
Mr. Tooley, we are not having a general discussion about deed restricted housing. We're speaking about lot 12 at Skyfield North. Would you like to address that agenda item in the remaining 35 seconds you have?
I'll repeat my objections as previous. This goes to my comments at the start of this meeting as well, and that general attitude. Changing precedents is to consider. It is not something to rule out. Change is life. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion or questions following the public comment? If not, I'm ready for a motion. You have what you need?
I do. I move to approve a request for termination of a deed restriction on an accessory dwelling unit on lot 12 in Skyfield North.
I second that.
And the payment will be $272,843 for that termination.
Okay, are staff comfortable with that motion? And we accept that amendment?
I accept that amendment.
Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank
Great.
you, Mr.
Thank
Kennedy, Mr. Cornelius. Hope we get to see you before you leave. And thank you, Kay. Okay, moving on now to item 8C, consideration of the second amendment to the amended and restated exception agreement and affordable housing covenant, equitable servitude and real covenants with the Tyride Ski and Golf Company. Again, we have Director Simonson, and I see we have some TSG representatives here. Would you like to come up to the table? Our practice is to let staff speak and then you all speak and then we'll have questions and comments.
Okay, so our purpose here today is to discuss an amendment to the TSG exception agreement. We did have some additional discussion going back and forth this week that we'll try to address. But we're making progress. So this request is for approval of the second amendment to the amended restated exception agreement and affordable housing covenant, equitable servitude and real covenants for the Q lots and Sunshine Valley lots. By way of background, in September 2017, the county commissioners approved an exception agreement to allow TSG to purchase the Q lots and the Sunshine Valley lots. And the reason for that is TSG is not a qualified owner under the affordable housing regulations. Qualified owners are those employees who, primarily earn their income here. Just as a note, in 2017, the agreement did not provide for any rentals. In March of 2019, TSG realized that the way things were laid out with the current lots didn't quite work for them, and they were proposing a substantial plat and PUD amendment. And along with that, there was the first amendment to the exception agreement. And they also did extensive negotiations with Two Rivers on that. The result was an agreement that allowed rentals on certain lots, but also specified that some of the lots had to be for sale to either TSG employees or other qualified employees, specifically near the existing dwellings. So the ones that are closest to Two Rivers and then the ones that are closest to the two privately owned houses that were already built. It was divided into phase 1 and phase 2, and then phase 2 had 5 subsets. Phase 1 was actually described as being the 2 Sunshine Valley duplexes, of which 2 of those could be sold to TSG employees, and 2 of those have to be sold to general qualified employees. But all the duplexes are for sale, those duplexes. They chose to instead build 9 of the single family homes in phase 1, and that's okay. The agreement totally allows them to mix and match and do any part within that within the time frame. So phase 1 consists of the 9 single family houses. 6 of those are required to be for sale, and 3 are allowed to be rentals. Building permits were issued in October of 2022, so that started the clock ticking on the 12-year length of the agreement. And then the certificates of occupancy were issued in July of 2023, and that started the clock ticking for moving on to phase 2. So so I've already mentioned within the agreement, there's certain lots for phase 1 and phase 2, but they can be developed in any order. And they chose the 6 single family lots, or the for sale lots and the 3 rental lots. The current agreement requires issuance of a certificate of occupancy for phase 2A by July 10th of this year. Since they haven't begun construction on any additional unit or units, this deadline will not be met. So that's one of the reasons why we're looking at this amended agreement. And completion of all phases must occur within 12 years of issuance of a building permit for the first year, for the first unit. So that was October 19th of 2022. So the agreement runs through October 19th of 2034. And they're not proposing to change that. They're primarily proposing to change when phase 2A needs to start and be completed. So what I have up here is the revised draft agreement that we just received on Monday. And I don't know if that got uploaded to the packet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
The one that I have was dated 2/5/25.
There's a red line version that was added to the packet.
Okay,
yeah,
That's the version we received from TSG.
but
yeah,
but the footer still says 2/25, 2/5/25, but it is redlined.
Yes.
So this is the one from, okay.
yeah, because we'd had red lines going back and forth, on the first round, and we chose to give you the clean copy. So if it's redlined, it's Monday's version.
Okay.
So the key proposed change in there, and like I said, we're still kind of working our way through on this, would say that TSG shall have 2 years from the effective date of the Second Amendment agreement to either A, commence construction of any portion of phase, I think should say phase 2, or B, sell all or a portion of the vacant lots of phase 2. So they could get a building permit and complete it for at least one property. Or they could sell those lots. Now, I want to clarify here that if lots are proposed to be sold to anyone other than a qualified employee or employees in this case, that party would need to submit a request for approval of an exception agreement. The exception granted by this agreement with TSG is not transferable. So we would be hopefully using this agreement as guidance because of all the negotiations that went on with the neighbors. But you have to consider each exception with any other party on its own merits. So everything else stands, the phasing and, like I said, the 12-year total period. Right now we have the 3 rental units, and it is my understanding that they are rented. There are the 6 for sale units, and I'd like to hear the status on what's going on with the attempts to sell those. And then of the remaining lots, I received an email from Stephanie Solomon that said TSG has recently received a letter of interest. I assume that's what LOI means. letter of intent, okay, thank you. From a prospective buyer to purchase all of TSG's vacant lots in Ilium. And TSG is working with its prospective buyer to finalize the LOI, after which time the parties will work on a purchase and sale agreement. And then obviously prior to completing that sale, they would have to come to you, and you would also have to agree to a new exception agreement with that party if they're not qualified employees. This is the map that you saw at the last, I think the last time around. The pink are the lots that can be rented. The blue are the ones that are supposed to be sold. And the asterisks on there are the units that are already built. So an aerial photo here, that you can see the buildings that are in there. You can also see ones that are, privately owned by individuals, as well as the 4 lots that are owned by the R1 school district. So right now, my recommendation is continue consideration of the TSG amended exception agreement to a mutually agreeable date in order to allow staff and TSG to finalize the draft amended agreement. We just weren't quite prepared. And then Lane and Maura perhaps can fill you in on, and also Stephanie and Sherry can fill us in on the status of the for sale units and what's going on with that.
Okay, I think it would be appropriate to get an update on those for sale units. Does that make sense to the other commissioners? Okay, and I noticed, or I see in the packet here, the agreement that Telsky and the county had reached on February 5th, that you would first start trying to sell those units to TSG employees in February, and then in March would offer them to other major employers in the region. And then if they were still units remaining, you would offer them to for sale to the general public in April. So how is that going?
Thanks, Kay, and thanks, Commissioner Brown. Stephanie Solomon for Telsky here. There are 2 issues we need to address today. The one Kay brought up with the amended Second Amendment to the exception agreement, and the one we're talking about now for the 6 for sale units and what's the status. You want us to talk about those first, or you want us to address the amended and restated amendment to the exception?
Let's stick with the suggested amendments to the, or Second Amendment to the exception agreement. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So we did add language. That red line is from us because we have received a letter since I wrote to you and told you that we received a letter of intent from a prospective buyer. We've actually worked on that, negotiated. We've got the letter of intent right here. Both parties are in agreement. Sherry is authorized to sign it. She would like to sign it today and make it official. It's with the school district to purchase. You've got it right here. Anyway, to purchase all the remaining lots. Chuck's made the difficult decision not to do any further development. So we're kind of, that's why it's sort of we don't want to be in violation of our exception agreement, which requires us to do the next phase. We're not going to be able to complete the next phase and get a CO by July, obviously. But so we don't want to be in violation. So we may need to do a small amendment to the exception agreement, but it's also, we don't want to incorrectly state our intention. We want to be transparent that we do intend to sell the lots. And we also have another interested developer who is probably going to be a backup to this, but we've got a letter of intent to sell all the lots, and that's the way Telsky would like to move forward as of today.
Sherry Reader Telsky. The only reason I side on naming the buyer is because in my real estate dealings, you keep that private until signed. I'm excited that the school district is who reached out to us first.
So just to be clear, the letter of intent has been signed by the school district, and then you have been authorized by Chuck Horning to sign it on behalf of TSG?
I have that in writing, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it will be official and we will start working on the purchase and sale agreement right away.
And as you can tell by the buyer, they will be coming to you with the contingencies, you know.
We have a
exception
built-in
agreements.
timeframe.
Yeah, and which we will work with them on. Absolutely.
What did you say about the time frame, Stephanie?
The letter of intent, which
They have 60 days to do title work, due diligence, and then we gave them 180 days to work out an agreement with you guys, because we know it takes time to go through the process.
and if it happens sooner, if they get the exception agreement that they want, they understand ours is not transferable. If they get the exception agreement that's acceptable to them, we will move up closing. But we're giving them enough time to go through the process to have the public hearings that are required.
Sure.
And they know what it takes because they've already built several homes down in Ilium. So they're familiar with the process and hopefully it'll move quickly.
And have you agreed on a price?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioners, do you have any further questions about the vacant lots? Or the suggested second revision to the exception agreement?
I want to make sure that my understanding of our next action is correct. I believe that the recommendation from staff is simply to continue this discussion. And when we either have a completed sale, then we'd be starting over with a new owner. Or if that sale were to fall apart and the backup were to fall apart, then we'd be picking up the pieces wherever we end up. Is that correct, Kay?
Yes, my recommendation is that we continue consideration of the amendment to maybe April 23rd, if that works.
22nd.
Or 22nd. I'm bad at math today.
What's the next hearing after that? Because I'm out of town then.
Yeah.
Well, the 30th is a special meeting and May 7th is our next regular meeting.
But that one's in Agnar.
That's true.
I mean, I don't necessarily need to be at the meeting. I'm fine with the Second Amendment. If you allow us the alternative to have the 2 years to sell or build, we're confident that this is the direction we're moving in. And we've got 2 seriously interested prospective purchasers. So if these don't work out, we'll know in the next few months and then we'll list them if we need to. But these offers came to us without even trying really. So so we can continue the matter or we could agree to the amendment today. And I don't know if you need time to consider that.
I think it would be helpful to have some direction from the commissioners on whether you're open to this amendment or would like to see additional changes. I will just note that the way I read the red line version would allow for an additional 2 years to either build 1 unit or sell 1 lot. So that's something to consider. It sounds like the proposal is to purchase all of the vacant lots, but the way it is written would allow, in theory, the sale of 1 lot to satisfy the requirement within the next 2 years.
That's very helpful.
May I comment on that?
Just 1 second. And the 2 years is to begin construction,
To
right?
begin phase 2.
Okay, so it isn't even to complete it within 2 years.
It is complete phase 2 within 2. So it's to begin phase 2 within 2 years and then 2 years to complete phase 2.
So it's 4 years until we might see 1 unit.
Up to 4 years.
Right,
yes.
and why is it 1 unit? Because the way I read phase 3 is there were all these different options and the minimum number was 3 units.
I don't recall the minimum of 3 in there.
I think because of the way that it was phased out in the exception agreement and what they have already built, that they built more than what was required as part of phase one, is my understanding. And so to accomplish one of the sub phases of phase two, one unit would satisfy that.
Okay, the way I read it was phase one was 4 units. And phase two, there were like 6 different options and the minimum number was 3 units. So in my mind, to complete phase one and phase two would be a total of 7 units and they've already built 9. So it is just a little. I'm curious.
Let's
to know.
find the language that Maura's mentioning for her
Okay,
interpretation.
that's fair.
And
Now let's do
from that foundation, we can compare the language that you seem to have from
Sure.
elsewhere. Maura, are you on page 2 of the section 1A-II? Is that where you're reading from?
Yes.
Okay.
So
And
that
reading the
section
red
is
line
what
part?
sets out the phases. So I'm on page 199 of the packet.
Mhm.
So it sets out phase two as including those 2 Sunshine Valley lots, the duplexes, and then so that's phase one. Phase two has 5 different sub phases.
Yeah, and those units, if you look at
And
those.
what was built already as part of phase one is a combination, I believe, of phase 2A and phase 2B.
But
And maybe
part of phase 2D, I have to look
I have a comment that
Yeah,
might
sure.
help clarify.
Sure.
This was all meant to be, and I think the exception agreement even states it's conceptual. We didn't really know what we were going to build when. And at the end of the day, we've got this 12-year limit. And that's going to stick regardless. So phase two, we don't have a phase two planned right now. Our intent is to sell. We're kind of looking to, and it's fine if we can't agree today and you want more time to look at it. I'm not pushing that it get done today, but I think that the 12-year limit kind of requires us to finish, if we are going to move forward, which as of today, we're not, would require Telsky to finish by 2034. So whether we do one home next year or in 3 years or sell in 2 years, it was all conceptual, right? So I think the 12-year limit helps us, and it wouldn't matter whether we build 1 in 2 years and 10 in 4 years. It's all would get done within the 12-year period, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but it does to me matter.
Okay.
Because we want this housing built stat. We don't want this housing built in, by 19, or what is it, 2034. So it does matter, but it sounds, okay, sorry, Lance, did you want to finish?
I was going to say the same thing, but I was also going to say, I think we can save the brain damage right now. And if we can agree to continue this and the sale goes through, great. If we end up without sales A or B going through, then we can all sit down and try again. And I'm not sure that we need to even set a date for this next discussion because hopefully we won't need to have it.
That's my question is, do we even need to amend the exception agreement?
We may need to briefly because in the process of the 180 days of time to get the next one done, they will be in violation and there'll be a fine accruing that we probably shouldn't be charging.
Precisely.
Unless we can have an agreement that we're gonna wait and see where this goes or give it 6 months. We won't be in violation until X date or something.
Yeah.
What's 6 months from today?
That's going to necessitate a whole nother
September, October.
agreement written. So,
I'm super pleased to hear that there's an opportunity for someone who's interested in building these units to buy the land. I think I really hope that happens. I at the same time have very little patience for continuing any kind of negotiation with Chuck Horning. And I recognize that you as staff members are doing your damnedest to move this along and abide by agreements and get extensions when they're necessary. But I cannot abide spending any more of our staff time on further negotiations. This is my opinion, not the rest of the commissioners. Necessarily on extending an agreement with Telsky or giving you 2 years to start one unit or 2 years to sell one lot. I would like to just continue with the current amended and restated exception agreement. And ask you to expedite moving forward with disposing of those lots. I recognize you may be out of compliance for a short time, but frankly, that is not a concern of mine. You've been out of compliance for a while already on the sale of those homes. And again, I don't want to spend any more of our staff or commissioner time talking about anything. That's my view.
Commissioner, I find you persuasive, especially since I saw in our packet a list of the fines. They all are capped at $2,000, which is the maximum amount that we can extract for violation, and the actual amounts owed are $4,600 across the board. So we're already in arrears, and it feels like just trying to collect what we can and extricating all of ourselves from this would be a lot better use of everyone's time than trying to renegotiate and work through all the different possibilities. So I'm on your side. You're persuasive.
I've been in that camp the whole time, actually. I've just been listening and taking this all in, but just from the beginning of this agreement in 2017 to date now, in my view, the county has been extremely lenient and made many exceptions up until this point. And I think that we just want to see shovels in the ground and workforce housing being built. And so I agree with what you proposed, Anne.
Okay, so what I think we're suggesting we do is not to continue this discussion, but to simply deny the consideration of a second amendment to the amended and restated, et cetera, and then to wait with our fingers crossed and our breath held for a sale, knowing that we will then pick up this conversation with another party.
That makes sense to me. Do we need a motion or do we just let it lie?
I think that a motion to the effect that we deny the request would be a good idea, and I'm happy to make it. All right.
We do have, I'm just seeing how we're doing on time. I think our next agenda item is to begin at 11 o'clock. Is that right? I've got too many
Correct.
papers open.
Correct.
We do have a minute for a few minutes here for public comment. Mr. Tooley, you may unmute yourself and have 3 minutes to kindly speak only to the question of this proposed second amendment to the exception agreement with Tyrone Ski and Golf. You may begin.
It's good to make your acquaintance, Ms. Solomon. I have had the opportunity to meet your husband in depth on a single gondola ride with Rube Felicelli, and I had a little bit of agency in that conversation. My qualifications in speaking about zoning were most clearly gained when I was working for the King County, the very large county around Seattle, as the lead on the first digital zoning in that particular county, which included Microsoft real estate purchases. I was trained in zoning in that context by Rick Bautista, who is the code development officer for King County. That would be the unincorporated properties just developing at that time. So I think you can go a bit farther today than you have. As presented, it sounds like there will need to be a hearing. So, going forward with it as presented would, I think, give all the protections needed. I would suspect that a school district purchase would receive a lot of support at a negotiated price. I would suspect that a private purchase would receive a lot of opposition, including to myself. There is a third alternative, and that alternative would be selling those lots without any strings to Telluride Ski and Golf employees at the school district price. Thank you.
Stephanie and Sherry, would you like to now update? Oh, sorry, we need a motion and then we'll go back to the status of the for sale units.
I move to deny consideration of the Second Amendment to the amended and restated exception agreement and affordable housing covenant, equitable servitude and real covenants with Telluride Ski and Golf for the Q lots and Sunshine Valley lots in Ilium Valley.
Second.
Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion to deny passes unanimously. Okay, moving on now to the status of the 6 for sale units, single family homes in Ilium Valley.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience. And we do recognize your patience with Telsky as we go through this process with the vacant lots that we're now selling and with the homes that we are required to sell. Although we have not followed what Chad said our intent was when he sat here in February and told you our timeline for selling these lots. We've not followed that program precisely. Sherry and I have spent a significant amount of time and with very interested Telsky employees, and we've met with quite a few. We've had an open house. We have 7 contracts out as of today. We hope to have several purchase contracts signed in the next week. We are, what else can I tell you? We are hopeful that we will be able to sell all of these 6 units. We are committed to doing so, and Chuck is committed to doing so. I don't know how much detail you need on this. Telsky will be offering 100% financing to these employees. The people we've met with cannot, most of them do not have down payments. We've set pricing for our employees. We're offering a 60-day due diligence period to them because there are quite a few documents to review and we don't want to pressure anyone too hard. But we feel the pressure. We know we need to get these under contract. So we're working hard to do so as soon as possible. We don't have any under contract as of today, but we have several emails from our employees over the last week saying they want this unit or that unit. And we're going to be working on sending them updated contracts because we need to figure out who's getting which. We have several employees who want the same unit, and we're going to be probably drawing names out of hats at this point. And then we have a list of additional employees. If these 7 right now employees don't turn into 6 contracts within the next, I'm going to say this week and next week, we've got another list of employees. We're working with our top tier of most interested top directors and managers right now. And a couple of them are already living down in the units. I just want to add too that we have paid, I don't know if the county's received it, but we recognize we've been in violation and we have paid those fines for failure to sell these units in a timely manner. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, can you remind me of the schedule that you outlined previously for when these units were going to be sold to either Telsky employees or
Yes.
other businesses, et cetera?
Yes, so we have an email here from Stephanie copying Chad Horning, which I believe summarizes a meeting you had with our team, saying that you would use the month of February to see if any of your TSG employees could get under contract. By March, you would open up the offer of sale to other major employers in the region, and she included here the county, both towns, the hospital, and school districts.
That would start March 1st, and then beginning in April, if they hadn't been sold, they would be offered to the general public.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stephanie, you can see
Yes.
where I'm headed.
That when Chad, that was confirming what Chad told you on February 4th, I believe, when he was here, and that was his intent at the time. I think you Chad's no longer with TSG right now, and we're doing our we've had I don't want to sit here and make excuses. We've had busy winter. We're doing our best. We're working hard. Sherry and I are we've got authority to sign these contracts from Chuck, and I'm preparing them. Sherry's signing them. Like I started off saying, we've not been able to stick to that timeline. We feel like we built these homes. I think TSG has $5 or $6 million into building them with the land costs in the building.
Can I interrupt?
Mhm.
How can we assure that your timeline that you've outlined with 2 weeks as the drop dead date for
Oh.
getting this done happens? I hate to sound
Yeah.
like a nagging mother, but I feel like I've spent a lot of my life chasing late Telski promises in the last year or two, and I'm really tired of it, and I
Right.
want some help. So how can we set an arrangement that has clear parameters and will be met?
I can't sit here and solve all the timing issues with all the Telski different things that
No,
are
but
out
this
there.
is a letter you
This-
signed. This is an agreement that you said
I
you would
was
stick to.
confirming what Chad had said at the
Mhm.
hearing. Okay, I don't have any control over the timing myself. That letter was to confirm what was said at the hearing
Mhm.
in February. I don't want to give us a 2-week deadline to get these contracts signed. We're already out of compliance. If you want to set a deadline, that's up to you.
I want
I
to
can
set
sit
something
here-
that's agreeable and realistic, but I
Right.
also want to have something that ends.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
do we.
Good.
So do we.
So how can we do
Um,
that together?
It's a fair question.
Thank you.
I'm going to let Sherry give some thoughts while I think about this for a few minutes.
Appreciate that. And you don't have to have thoughts, Sherry, if you're not ready, but you can see
I
and
know-
sense
I know
my
where
frustration.
you're coming from.
Thank you.
I understand. And I think you can maybe understand our frustration being in the same boat as you guys.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So we're in this together.
Yes.
I do want to say, meeting with these employees and discussing with them their ability to buy a home, even at what we're pricing at, which is heavily subsidized by Telski, is very heartbreaking that employees can't afford houses. It puts me in tears.
Yeah.
So
So we need to pay them more?
then we have to up the price of the tickets in order to pay them more, and we all know how that goes. So, I want to work with the employees. Alls I can say is I will commit myself to try and sell every home to a Telski employee. If I can't get that done, I have the authority to sell outside. I mean, I've made progress in the last.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm looking for a reasonable amount of time for you to either complete that task or move on to the next phase. We're 2 months behind the schedule that I believe we all agreed on previously. And I'm not willing to give another open-ended, go forth and do your best. I want you to succeed. I need you to either succeed or change course and start opening up the market.
How about I make this proposal?
Please.
30 days for us to get them under contract.
Okay.
If not, it goes to, we'll put them on the market. I can't commit to listing them with the real estate office, but I can commit to putting them on the housing authority's website.
Would that mean they would be for sale?
Yes.
Okay.
We have to sell.
Sure, okay.
So 30 days from today for sale contracts, and then there's a 60-day due diligence phase. So
And if
those
we
could
can get
drop
the
out.
due diligence done, we've the employees we've met with who are very interested, we told them we're going to give them 60 days.
But they may not need it, I
But if we
understand.
can do it sooner, we will.
Sure,
And that doesn't mean, after the due diligence is over, then we've got to set a we'll have a closing date that's a little thereafter too. So it could be as much as 90 days out from entering
Sure.
contract. And I'm certainly happy to email you and let you know, or email Kay or Maura, when we have units under contract.
I think the first email would be, go ahead, Kalina.
Well, no, you're into hard tax stuff. I just wanted to get a
Okay,
point in.
I think the
here.
first email would be written outline of what you just said, so that we both have that on paper. And with that, assuming that my fellow commissioners are willing, then we could move forward. Go ahead, Galina.
Well, I also just wanted to, I'm sure you've been paying attention to what has been happening with there's some financing options that are being put forth, like by the Telluride Foundation that the county is backing. And if your offer to 100% finance these units isn't working financially for your employees, I just wanted to put that on your radar, that there are some programs being put in place that really could help potentially overcome some of these gaps. So I think there's some creative ways that could help overcome some of these barriers. And I would invite you to look into those programs and make sure that the folks who are potentially going to hopefully sign these contracts know of those programs that are available for financing.
That's, thank you for bringing that up. That's the down payment assistance program that's being offered by the Telluride Foundation. And you can contact Elaine Demas for more information about that. It could provide up to $100,000 in down payment assistance. It would be a shared equity program. So the owner would have to share in any appreciation on the property when they sell it and repay the 0 interest loan. It's a great program. So Sherry, I really appreciate what you and Lance here have talked through, that you would have the next 30 days to get the units under contract by with the TSG employee. And if that doesn't occur, then on May 5th, that's a month. I don't know if it's exactly 30 days. Let's say May 5th, a month from today, you would list the units for sale on the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority.
Yeah.
Do you have authority to commit to that today, or is that something that you need to get confirmation from Mr. Horning for?
I will go out on a limb and tell him what I did.
Okay, thank you. I have a question and at that point, when they get listed with San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, do we have any understanding of what the price would be? Or in the email from February 5th, you had suggested you would sell it first to large employers and second to the general public. You're suggesting this would be to the general public, right?
Well, since they have to be owner occupied, I don't have the ability to sell it to medical center, who's very interested. I don't have the opportunity to sell it to someone.
Yeah.
No, but I think the email had said that you would offer it first to employees of the larger employers.
How about if I have to list them on the housing authority, I can reach out to those people and say, here, you guys go.
Yeah.
Get the information.
That seems very reasonable.
And I do have a fair market value for those. I don't have the total dollar amount, but they will be listed at fair market value.
And is that the same price that you're offering them to TSG employees?
No.
Okay, can you share a little more about how you define fair market value? Because if they're listed at an unaffordable price, they might as well not be listed.
I went to a realtor and got a market analysis, and I will take that realtor's price.
Fair market value for deed restricted homes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. And then generally, and I'm starting to wonder if we need some kind of an agreement on this, but generally, when there are deed restricted homes for sale, if somebody falls out of compliance, meaning they haven't sold it within a certain period of time, they're required to reduce the price, and that we have a formula for that and a methodology.
Would you all be willing to follow that methodology?
I can play by your rules.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
I want to add something important too, in our exception agreement and our agreement with Two Rivers. We are only required to sell. This is a little unknown, like discussed point here. Telski's only required to sell the for sale units if we can get an acceptable first right of refusal on each lot. And so we have been working on some covenants and restrictions that are not finalized yet, and they do have a right of repurchase. And we will be recording that definitely before the first sale, and they will run with our for sale, 6 for sale homes here. And it will include a price cap, because we want to be able to, with certain events occurring for our employees, if they leave Telski's employment, it's not necessarily that Telski would buy it back, but they would have the option to buy it back to keep it in the Telski family. At that point, we'd probably steer the seller to a new Telski buyer who's interested, or we would put it under contract and assign it. We wouldn't actually own it again, because that comes with all kinds of fees and transfer fees and other complications. But if we end up not being able to sell them all in the next 30 days and we need to put them on the San Miguel County Housing Authority website, there will be a right of first purchase in favor of Telski. And obviously it won't be if you leave our employment because you're not working for us, but it would be, I'm trying to think, it would be if you want like a typical right of first purchase. If you go to sell for any reason, you need to come to us first and give us the option to repurchase it. And then
be price capped?
Yes.
Do you know what that rate is that you're considering?
We're considering 3% top. It's gonna be up to 3%. But if these are the ones that are sold outside, I'm sure we can agree with 3%. And because they're gonna get their own financing, we're not gonna be financing for that.
Right.
Okay, so you would want the right of first refusal with a 3% price cap for units that were sold outside of TSG as well?
Yes.
We want to keep the price down. We've seen what's happened with other deed restricted homes in the region, and we don't want these homes to escalate to that extent. And our county deed restriction, the covenant, does not have a price cap. And so these covenants that we're working on, that we're going to record, will have a price cap.
Okay.
And that's 3% per annum, correct?
Correct. And we have, right now, we're thinking non-compounded. But again, these are not finalized. We're working on these.
Is that the way you've set it up with Meadowlark?
We didn't do metal.
Yeah, the town
Oh,
did
that's right.
Meadowlark.
Sorry.
Meadowlark is 4%.
It's 4%, yeah, okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? Maura, do you have, or Kay, or anybody else have a comment about all this?
No, not right now.
Do you have a recommendation, staff, about whether this is something that would be appropriate for us to get in writing with a signature? Or do you think we just, take it on?
Well,
good faith?
some of the sale requirements are already covered in the covenant. So like the price will go down if it's listed for a certain amount of time. I believe those things are already included in the covenant.
Are you talking about the exception agreement, or?
There
Which
separately is the covenants that govern these lots.
I see. Okay, that's already covered.
But you're referring to this 30-day agreement.
Yeah, 30 days to get it under contract, and then then releasing it to
It would
the.
definitely be nice to have
I'd like that in writing.
follow-up summary.
Yeah.
Just, writing, in writing, quick reference. We don't have to always go back and listen to the meeting.
Yes.
Maura, would you be able to draft a summary of what Kate, I'm sorry, what Commissioner Brown has summarized for timing and
Do
for
we,
the
is
discussion
that just
points?
a timing piece? Because it sounds like we don't have definitive commitment on the sale provisions or how that will
Well,
go.
I was going to suggest that maybe TSG writes up this agreement, or what are we calling it? A summary of the discussion. And then in that, so that we have some assurance that you would be able to state that Mr. Horning has agreed to these, to this outline as well. Does that seem fair and
That's fair.
possible? Okay. That sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, and my only thing is that I would like to be certain that, there is, and I'm hearing from staff that there is, but that there is, a path forward should these units not be sold at the list price, just given, yeah, the way we do for any deed restricted. You're saying that is covered already, staff saying that.
I'll have to go double check the
Yeah.
covenant, but I'm fairly certain it has the same type of provisions as our other covenants for it when a property is listed for sale and doesn't sell for
Exactly.
a period of time.
That's what we're thinking about.
Yeah.
Could you provide that covenant to Sherry, to TSG so that they can include a reference to that in their email summary?
Well, they actually should have all 9 recorded covenants that were finalized.
Okay.
By the building,
Okay.
when the building permit or building CO.
That's fair. Okay, so just that in that email summary would include a commitment to follow the covenant in terms of reducing pricing if things don't sell.
It is a recorded deed restriction and covenant. We don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you give us 1 minute?
Sure,
There
sure.
might be one more thing we need to
course.
ask.
Yeah, definitely. And you can turn the mics away if you want to, so that, yeah.
We have one small issue. I don't want to get too detailed about it on public record, and we'd like to talk with staff about it behind closed doors. But we're wondering if one little caveat to all of this, if we can get these 5 under contract, 5 out of the 6 under contract in the next 30 days. There's one for sale home that's occupied now by a renter, a Telsky, one of our top employees who's been in there since it was built. There are a lot of personal issues right now going on with this person, which I will talk to staff about. Right now, this person cannot afford to buy this. We don't want to ask him to move, and we know it's a lot to ask, and we're wondering if there's any circumstance, any possible way for us to be able to offer this person a 3-year lease with an option to purchase. The county could approve the option language if we can get these 5 under contract and not have to list this one for sale immediately in 30 days if we can get the 5 under contract, if that's just something you would even consider. And maybe you need to hear details, which I just don't want to put on the public record.
Is this one of the lots that was stipulated to be sold, or is this one of the
Yes.
lots? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
Ouch.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I think,
He's
on
a well,
staff side, we want to know a little bit more before we, return to you with a recommendation on, whether or not the agreement gets amended.
mhm.
So looking at another another option for amending the agreement, and we don't know right now.
Okay. We would move him into a rental, but the rentals are occupied. So anyway, we'll have a conversation with Kay. We're going to try to get these under contract in the next 30 days. We'll be working really hard, and
Or maybe that person can come to you directly and work on an exception.
The exception agreements between TSG and the county.
But the housing authority has also granted exceptions to other owners to like rent out their unit.
Yeah, and it's with
And
the
that's what I meant.
owner.
And that's what I meant.
It's with the tenant.
Your mic around too, please,
Oh,
if you
sorry.
would. Yeah, that's okay. We were giving you a little privacy. Helena, did you have a comment?
No, Kay just addressed it. I think that there
Yeah.
needs to be more information on this particular issue before we take a stance.
Okay.
Understood.
Maura, did you have a?
I just had a question. Is it a similar situation for the renters in the units that are designated for rental? As in those current, the renters in the units that are allowed to be rented are not interested in purchasing? Or not
That's a really
able
good
to
question.
purchase?
So
Maura's looking for a
the
swap.
7 people that you, yeah, thank you. Maura, she's looking for a swap. Are any of the people in the 3 rental units interested in buying one of the 6 for sale units? And if so, it would be vacated and the family who isn't able to
Right.
buy could potentially move into the what unit?
It's an option depending on how I'm gonna have to call it a lottery turns out. That may be an option.
Sherry, I think that that's my preferred option. We've been at this for a long time, and this last minute kind of surprise ask is understandable.
Oh,
And
we did mention it in February.
thank you.
Yeah.
I
but
appreciate the
understand.
reminder. At any rate, oh, stop it. At any rate, let's agree to put this in the parking lot, and you can discuss it with staff as staff has indicated, but my inclination is that I'd like to work through this another way.
I agree
Okay.
with Lance. And again, it's the same point about the staff time and everybody's brain drain. We need to move through the agreement that we currently have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
You're
I know we
welcome.
went over.
And thank you again.
No
And I
problem.
just want to reiterate that we understand that the issues here are not being caused by staff, and we, sympathize with the work that you're doing and the conditions under which you're working. So thank you for being here and for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Agreed. Madam Chair, could we take a break?
We can, I have one question before we move off the subject, but yes, take a break. Thomason had prepared a memo for us. Is that still relevant to the discussion?
It is, and I do have one amendment after speaking with Pam to that memo, if I may.
Okay, what, should we take a quick break and come back and do that, or do you want to knock this out? I'm flexible.
Let's knock it out. Lane is with us.
Okay.
Okay, great. So I had copied and pasted an email from Pam, and after conferring with Pam and after she sent the invoices or the fines, that number should not be 8,000, it should be 6,000 because it was 3 units, not 4. So that's the only amendment.
Thank you.
That's what we received that I submitted for payment.
Okay, but
Thank
if
you,
there's
Sharon.
6 units that should have been sold by now, why are there not 6 units out of compliance?
That notice of violation was for the units being vacant.
Right.
Okay, so we haven't yet issued any kind of a violation for the units not being sold?
Correct.
Is that an option? I'm seeing a nod from our attorney.
Yes.
Sorry, the notice of violation I thought did say failure to rent or sell. Anyway,
Thank you. I think we should, I would like to explore, whether we have done everything that San Miguel Regional Housing Authority and the county can do to, enforce the existing exception agreement. And so since it sounds a little muddled, maybe this is something we could agendize for next week. Are we not here next week? No,
We're not here next week.
22nd. Is that all right?
We can look into exactly what the notice of violation covered and what has not been addressed.
Okay, and we'll have a discussion on that on April 22nd. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying, Stephanie. Okay, anything else from Lane?
Nothing further. Thank you.
So it's 3 units.
And just verify
Verified what?
that the notice was. I'm sorry, Pam Schifrin is here with us, our SMRHA Executive Director, and she did confirm that the notice was for the 3 non-rented units, not for the other 6.
And what was the violation cited
if you don't know it, that's fine, Pam, we can talk about it on the
Pam,
22nd.
would you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm so happy to meet you. Welcome.
Yes, on August first, the notice of violation that was issued was under the rental regulations, and so failure to rent within the property more than 3 months after CO was received.
Okay. All right, that sounds like we've confirmed that, and it, does anyone know whether, it sounds like TSG has sent in a check for the bill, the invoiced amount?
I can say I've submitted it at least for the check to be written.
Oh, okay, so it's in process.
I just got it last Friday, so.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I still think that it's worth a discussion on April 22nd as to whether we have any other means to enforce the exception agreement. Does anyone feel differently about that? Or do you feel like we're on a good enough path that we can just skip that part?
Let's let staff discuss that. And if Pam, you determine that there are other avenues, then let's discuss it on April 22nd.
Yeah, if there are other avenues, I think, I mean, I want to be very careful that we are consistently
Yes.
applying notices and fines for individuals and organizations. So I do think, okay, we'll put that, if there is something else we can do, we'll talk about it on the 22nd.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I also agree consistency is really important, so it should
Just
lead our
one-
decision.
Logistical question.
Yeah.
Would you be open to that conversation happening on the 30th if needed?
Is our agenda going to allow for that on the 30th, considering what's on the agenda that
I just
day?
know we have
Okay.
things scheduled on the 22nd that need to happen at a certain time in the afternoon.
Okay.
And I believe Lane, if I think we can manage without Lane, but she's not available on the 22nd.
That's correct.
Okay, are you available on the 30th, Lane?
I am available on the 30th.
Okay, I'm just looking.
And already planning to be at that meeting for another matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go
Okay.
ahead and do it on the 30th.
Okay.
Okay, and then maybe Stephanie, I know you mentioned you were out of town on the 22nd. Just a heads up that that will probably happen on the 30th. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we are now going to take an 8-minute recess. It is 11:17. We will return at 11:25. Thank you.
Great. We'll talk about it, but I've added stuff in utilities there that may or may not be useful.
I also have a meeting disconnected sign on my computer. Oh, it's back. We're good.
La, 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 la.
Okay. Are we ready to roll? Want to start the recording?
Yep, it's ready.
Oh, I see. Hello, San Diego County. It is 11:28 and we are resuming the regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, April 2nd. We are now on agenda item 9A. We are running a little late, so there will very likely not be time for public comment. Linnea, where are you?
Good morning.
There you are.
Well, I'm still logged in on Zoom, so it's
Nice to see you.
nice to see you as well, Commissioner.
Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So this morning I'm here to present you with our financials for January and part of February. A couple things to note in our expenditures and revenues is that you guys will be seeing January, which is the start of the county budget, but you'll be seeing our mid-year of our allocation. So again, if you look back at our Mo report for January, you will see where we're sitting in allocation for our fiscal year that will end in June. Just as some reference points for you guys. Again, we're looking to be where we are in allocation, not looking overspent other than what we've talked about in CCAP. However, there has been really good work done with the Joint Budget Committee on a long bill for extra monies towards CCAP for the state. So they're more than sure that's going to pass through and will be redistributed so that we can cover some of those CCAP. We are also sitting, well, I'll get there when I get to the caseload report. So yeah.
So that's pretty good news.
Yes,
Not
that's very
perfect
good news.
But in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Great.
And so I'm asking for a signature on our financials for the balance sheet, the earned revenue and expenditures for January 2025, our electronic benefits transfer for February 2025, our check registry for the month of February, and then our Mo report for January 2025.
And what about the caseloads? We're going to get to that separately.
I was going to do that
Okay,
separately,
so
yes.
I think the motion is for all of it. So why don't you continue? Yep, we'll continue the conversation and then we'll make one motion at the end. But thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So just taking a look at our caseload report, we are waiting for off-season to start, which we'll see an uptick in numbers as we usually do for off-season. Currently, we're sitting pretty steady. Our leap season will end at the end of April, and so those numbers will kind of go through our May reporting. But we will stop being able to provide those LEAP applications as of the end of April. However, we continue to do outreach through the month of April to get as many people on that as possible. You guys will see on our childcare that our wait list is holding at 31. And so we're continuing to monitor that. And we will let you know if it bounces higher and needing to have a conversation around what we do with that wait list as we discussed a month or two ago.
Remind me of the magic number. Is it
31's our magic number right now.
Holding at 31.
And we're holding at 31.
31 is the number of families we've agreed to serve after which there's a wait list. Is that correct?
31 is the number of children that we are willing to authorize for CCAP funding and childcare. Beyond that 31, there becomes a wait list.
Okay.
Again, those numbers are going to shift as the school year ends, with Telluride Preschool being one of our bigger CCAP programs that we fund. So we'll see where numbers sit at the end of the school year, but we are going to see some change in that through the summer.
And do you know how long the wait list is over and above 31 children? Yet?
There is no wait list as of right now.
Okay.
That's the magic number.
0.
Yeah.
Well, was it 31 or 32?
It's 31.
Okay. So, okay.
Thanks, Linnea.
You're welcome.
Great news for now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So with that, can we include the caseload report in our full motion?
I think so. Was there anything else you wanted to point out to us, Linnea?
I don't think so. I think just continuing to watch some of those federal conversations around funding, but I also have not. Where state is still saying keep doing what we're doing, specifically around like Medicaid and SNAP benefits. So we haven't heard any other big shifts.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Linnea or comments? No, thank you for your continued good work.
Absolutely.
I'm ready for a motion.
Move to approve the chair's signature on the Department of Human Services balance sheet for January 2025, earned revenue and expenditures for January 2025, expenditures through electronic benefit transfers through February 2025, check register for the month of February, county allocation / MOE report for January 2025, and the 2025 caseload reports.
Second.
Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
I as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Linnea.
Thank you.
Right. Speaking of federal funding, we are now moving on to item 10A. Star Jameson, the director of our Natural Resources and Climate Resilience Department, is here. Item 10A is continued discussion of at-risk federal funding and the Board of County Commissioners' next steps, with consideration of a draft letter to the representatives concerning the federal funding impacts to San Miguel County. That would be to our federal representative and senators. Hi, Star.
Good morning,
Do
Commissioners.
you have a presentation for us?
I don't have a presentation for
But
you.
you did have a letter in our packet, a
Yes.
draft letter.
Yeah, so Mike Bordonia and I were tasked to reach out to local nonprofits and the towns to discuss the fiscal impacts from the federal funding elimination and freeze. And we have also had Bennett staff, Hickenlooper staff, and then I believe that Heard was here as well, who had requested what the impacts to our counties were. So the letter that was included in the packet includes the services and topics that we feel at the county that really impacts us. I can go through those topics if you like. And we also have been compiling just the numbers, which we don't have yet, the numbers from the nonprofits and the towns exactly. They haven't responded to all of us to even tell us if it's frozen or eliminated. I believe in 2025, the number I have currently is 186,000 for elimination so far.
186,000?
186,000 for elimination so far. And then we've got in the millions, I believe, for frozen funding.
Okay.
And if I could just add a little bit for the public's edification, it wasn't just those nonprofits and towns. We reached out to all entities that we know or were told receive any federal funds or federal pass-throughs, including our medical centers or schools. And then working with April Montgomery at the Telluride Foundation, as she is kind of the convening point for a lot of the local nonprofits, separate from the tri-counties and Eco Action Partners that we had already been engaged with. So we continue to update the spreadsheet. And for instance, one of the examples shared with us from Eco Action was they've been told 3 different times your funds are going to be are frozen currently, and they're going to be unfrozen and back and forth. But also a big part of this is the non-monetary impact of the elimination of staffing at these federal agencies that are responsible for these grant communications. And that was, it's made it nearly impossible for some of our local entities and nonprofits to get clear answers about what is happening with their funding, because those people have either been furloughed or eliminated. And one of the most egregious instances that was brought to our attention just last week by our veteran service officer, Mikhail Madsen, is the reductions in VA staffing especially as it relates to processing disability applications for our veterans. It's currently at a 6 to 9 month wait period for a normal application, but with these eliminations, we're now being told this is going to create a 2 to 3 year delay in our veterans receiving an answer on their disability benefits. So it's not, I think, even though we're focused kind of on what is the financial loss, there is other non-monetary losses that are going to negatively impact our citizens substantially more.
Oh, go ahead.
No, please.
Well, I kind of chimed in and made a late night addition last night so if you want to pull up the working document, you could see what I put in there, but there was just utility infrastructure was listed with no verbiage. And so I just included what I understand to be currently on hold with potential pass-through funding to San Miguel Power for a potential project that is outside of county lines, but would significantly affect San Miguel County and energy production, job creation. So I included that blurb. I don't know if that is, going to be extremely relevant because it's talking about much greater funding than is specifically within the county, but I just kind of took the liberty and threw it in there. So
I think that's super relevant, Galena. And I think the other piece that Star had intended to include in there was the money at risk potentially at Tri-State for their infrastructure development and updating.
Okay, yeah, and
So that's great.
I didn't include anything having to do with Tri-State. It was specifically the San Miguel Power Association funding coming from the Inflation Reduction Act. So
great, yeah. That's helpful. Star, what would you like from us at this point?
The timing, well, first, if you have any other addition to the letter.
I just have a question about how it's the fact that it's addressed to the two senators and Representative Hurd, but I think a lot of this is targeted towards Representative Hurd and some of the actions that he has taken, and some of the conflicting messages he's been sending. And I question I guess I would like to discuss if we think it would be more impactful to send this to all three as written or to separate it out to Hurd and then to the two senators.
I had a similar question in my mind, which is, should we just address it to Hurd, particularly because we referenced that Colorado Public Radio interview so many times regarding statements he's publicly made about his positions, but then maybe CC the senators. Because my understanding from chatting with Lisa Poole and John Whitney is that, and knowing as we do the senators for so long, that we don't need to tell them this, right? They understand that these would be our big concerns. It's really Congressman Hurd that we need to get our message to. So how does that sound?
That makes sense. I think including the senators on some level is important just so they can hear our, official stance and just see these numbers real time, right?
Anybody feel differently, or does that make sense? Send it to Hurd and CC the senators?
I think that makes sense, Star. That takes out some of my edits of yesterday then, because now we are addressing Representative Hurd directly. So we'll have to relook at this and make sure that we get all the pronouns right.
And just as a side note, when I was listening to the Town of Telluride's meeting yesterday, I did hear that they released a letter to both senators and Congressman Hurd about their specific federal funding impacts. So I do think, I don't want our letter to just be added to a stack. I think making it specifically addressed to Congressman Hurd is a little more pointed and clear about where we're concerned the roadblocks may be.
Okay, that sounds good. And do we have the Town of Telluride numbers incorporated into what we're calculating, Star?
Yes.
Great.
We do have.
Okay, I assumed based on what you said.
Well, I've heard a couple comments here that I think that maybe we should incorporate into the letter. Maybe as part of the introduction, the point that Mike made, that there are non-monetary impacts as well as the dollar impacts. And because you do actually talk about that as we get further into the letter, so just kind of including that in the opening part of it. And then Lance, you said something, or somebody said something about contradictory statements that Hurd is making. Again, since it's addressed directly to Hurd, I think it's important that we make that point, that we're a little unclear on where he stands because of the statements he's making versus the work he's doing, or something like that. Does that make sense?
And I think one recent reference point was when Congressman Hurd joined us via Zoom at our commissioner meeting and spoke about his care and interest in making sure that Medicaid continued for our West Slope residents, and then learning that the day before he had voted to cut those benefits.
Let me make that note, because I've been writing that section. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. And then I think the point that Mike made regarding VA services, Star, I read this earlier today, but I just want to make sure that we do make that point about the delay expected in processing disability applications, that it could be, we've been told up to, 2 or 3 years. It's already how many months?
It's currently at 9 months. And the other, I mean, there's several other reductions at the VA, including reductions in the staffing of the veteran suicide hotline.
Oh, yes, I think she mentioned that.
Yeah, I believe I already touched on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some good stats there to support that concern.
Yeah, the number of veteran suicides have doubled in the last several years, so that's extremely concerning.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my question. I did have the one question of who you wanted to address this to. So.
We'd like to address it to
that.
Representative Hurd,
Yeah.
and then
And then
we
we'll
will CC it to the senators.
Exactly, and the other question I had was the date, like when you would like to send this. I'm not guaranteed to have everyone's numbers, we can estimate the numbers on those, but what is the
Yeah.
date you would like to send this by?
That was something that I had talked about with you, Star, that it's probably gonna be impossible to get all of these numbers, maybe ever, but certainly, soon. So, this is the last week before the mountain closes, right?
Yes.
Star, what do you suggest? How soon do you think this could be completed? Like what's your suggestion?
If we're all agreeing to the language, to the topics, with just needing to add in the numbers that we have blanks for here. We could do this by next week.
Okay, do we need to, go ahead, Mike, you have.
I was just gonna say, I feel there is a sense of urgency right now. I don't want to write a letter post-mortem.
Yeah.
Whereas I think some of the things that are being done at this moment could potentially be reversed or changed or modified. So I feel a great sense of urgency to get this letter to Congressman Hurd. And I would urge the board to do that, because I've been in the same boat of like, well, we should wait until we actually know what's been fully cut versus frozen or whatever. But I feel like we're losing ground as we wait.
I think it's going to be an ongoing moving target with the just knee jerk, kind of policy making or cutting. And I think that these numbers are going to continue to fluctuate, and it's not, the numbers are important. I think you could plug some in, but really the content of the letter and the concerns is what the meat of it is. And so I think we can settle on a number and shoot it out.
Why don't we just aim for a week from today? And we can ratify on the 22nd. And you'll give us your final draft. We'll make our final edits. And we'll have all that done by Monday next week. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, end of day Monday.
Mhm.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think we could probably tighten up the letter a little bit too, so we can work on that, in our Google Doc draft.
And then the deadline for commissioner comments and edits would be what day?
Oh, so Star's gonna get it to us by end of day Monday?
We'll have it done by Wednesday.
Yeah, end of day Wednesday. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay, works for me. So we'll put a date of the 10th, April 10th on it. Thursday, April 10th. Okay. I'm just trying to see if I had any other. Yeah, I think everything else we can cover just in general editing. Okay, anything else from the commissioners or staff? I do have a member of the public here. I'd love to hear from. Amy Levick, please step up to the microphone. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. I think some of you know that I've been preparing for the march that Friends of Democracy is going to do on Saturday. And in doing that, I've been talking with a lot of local organizations about what the impacts are that they're anticipating. Two things that you might want to consider for your letter. One is Social Security. 20% of San Miguel County residents are over 65. I don't know exactly what number below that are also on Social Security, but the impacts could be similar to the Veterans Administration as far as cuts to staff and waiting time, and who knows what's going to happen with benefits. The other thing is local economy. I've been talking with visitor services about what they've been anticipating. And I'm not speaking for them, but I do have information that came directly from them. Foreign travel is likely to be down. It's not a huge part of Telluride's visitation, but it's about 10% of spending as far as tourist spending. And then also just the emotional and fear impact about traveling. They're anticipating that there might be some effect on tourism, just in general.
And is there a specific policy that we could point to that would be driving that reduction?
Well, the way that foreign visitors are being treated, changes to visas, just people being searched at airports, that kind of stuff. There have been several Canadian visitors that have been detained and even jailed. So, there's a lot of uncertainty, and foreign governments are actually warning their citizens not to travel to the US. I think Britain, France, Germany, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in foreign travel, but I've seen things written about that. So, a number value to that. I don't know that that's there, but there's a lot of uncertainty, just like everything else.
I understand that this is opening up a whole sort of other potential part of a letter, which would be just kind of the general impact on the well-being of our community, whether it's economic, social, emotional. We haven't addressed the treatment of immigrants and the vitriol around that. I'm not sure that we want this letter to go to Representative Hurd talking about that or not, or those topics, because we're opening up a whole other part of the conversation.
It's extremely important points to be brought up. I'm concerned it will just fall on deaf ears a little bit, quite frankly. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be stated. I guess it's really like, what is our intent of this letter?
Exactly. I think the intent of the letter is to quantify the impact of frozen and eliminated funding and cuts to people, as opposed to the general tone and behavior of the administration. Perhaps that's the letter we want to write to the president, as opposed to Hurd, who probably is not necessarily have the president's ear. So that doesn't, I think the Social Security piece is probably more specific to the intention of this letter.
And I would be in favor, although I have to say that's not something I've been following. I don't know what the potential cuts are there. Is that something you could share with us, or we already know?
It's just uncertain.
It's just on the chopping block.
What's happening is that they're eliminating staff, which will affect the ability of people to apply for benefits. As far as actual levels of funding, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I'd heard that the president was suggesting we not tax certain social security benefits, so financially.
Why don't we stick with the direct impacts to San Miguel County that we know of?
Okay.
And much as I think we share your concerns, Amy, it feels a bit alarmist to speculate about things that we've heard or that we think could happen. It's not happened yet.
It's similar to the veterans, though, as far as access to services.
But we can add a sentence in there about general access to services, and we can include Mike's example of our nonprofits as well as anybody trying to contact the federal government for social services or social security benefits.
Yeah, maybe there's a sentence at the end of the veterans section that says, you know, while we won't go into detail here, we have similar concerns about staffing cuts to the Security Administration. Yeah. Does that sound reasonable?
I'm in that section. I'll make that sentence right now.
Just as a side note, this was a request from Congressman Hurd to us. In that meeting, he said, I want to hear about what your local impacts are. So I want to just make sure that our response is, you know, we're not just a general organization giving you another letter that I'm sure they're getting hundreds of. This is a direct response to the request you made of us.
Excellent.
And I'm afraid, as much as I'm very alarmed by Social Security and these other things, I worry about diluting the message by adding so many things and so many examples. And I think we're gonna have many more letters we'll be talking about in the near future, but I would urge us to start with in direct response to your request to us to quantify these impacts. Here's what we have so far, and here's what our major concerns are. We have other concerns, but we're not going to add those for right now. Because I don't want it to get put into the stack of, oh, we received 80 or 100 or however many letters of concerns that get kind of discounted.
Great point.
I'm gonna just type that in at the beginning of this letter now to make sure that.
Amy, have you and Star been coordinating in the sense that you may have some data she doesn't have?
We talked before this happened, but other than that, no.
I've been working with April.
And I've been working with April.
And you've been working with April, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
maybe, and I know you and I had gone back and forth on this, and I've just said, please come here and thank you for being here. But maybe just a quick check-in with Amy to see if there are any holes, gaps that she could help fill. Does that make
Sure,
sense?
I'd be glad to share. I mean, I've been talking with the Med Center, I've been talking with Visitor Services and others that aren't necessarily nonprofits.
Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Star. Do you have what you need from us?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, thank
so
you.
we'll wait for, I guess, Tuesday morning, we'll have something from you. And then you'll have something from us by end of day Wednesday.
There is another public comment.
I am afraid that we are running out of time here, so I'm going, oops, sorry.
You entertain.
Pardon me? I did entertain public
Yes.
comment. I apologize, and this is why we have such a terrific staff. I see we have a person online who would like to speak and share 3 minutes maximum of comments related to our federal funding letter. Mr. Tooley, please unmute yourself and share your words of wisdom.
I am unmuted. The camera's not on, but starting now. I would urge you to deeply consider your political posture to Mr. Hurd, to the Honorable Congressman Hurd, elected from this district, who, if anything, as the former legal counsel for the Delta Delta Montrose Electric Association is to some degree more reasonable than Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't think that this commission is capable of developing an appropriate posture, constitutionally compliant posture with regards to the current federal political situation. I have legal issues with Social Security in this state, not in other states. I also have legal issues with Amy Levick, but that's a whole other thing, which have been obstructed. And just, very quickly, I have been a member of AARP, and there has been an effort to
I'm sorry, Mr.
increase
Tully.
local staff.
Mr. Tully, I would really prefer that you confine your comments to the letter that we've been discussing.
I'm just following along in Amy Levick's context, and I will note the obstruction again and repeat my objection as previous and as is yet to come.
Thank you. Okay, moving on now to agenda 10, item 10B, consideration of submitting comments to the GMUG Ranger District on the released draft environmental assessment for trail construction and reconstruction project on the National Forest Systems land near Telluride, Colorado. Star.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm just sharing here the letter. We've submitted comments. We submitted comments in March, on March 18th, 2024, I believe, for the Mountain Club to proceed with using the SE group to complete NEPA for their trails project. And we supported that process, and we have supported throughout the forest plan revision a lot of these trails, and the reasoning that I put in the letter is not the first time that the Forest Service will hear these things. So this was in the packet. You all have reviewed it, helped edit this, and want to just ask for a signature on this letter. The letter is due on Friday.
Any comments or questions from the commissioners?
I commented on this just on the letter itself, but I just wanted to bring my comment forth in this meeting that I thought it was a really important and valid point to make, that trail consideration should also coincide with the WUI interface, and creatively thinking about trail creation that also might create fire breaks is a really innovative solution that I really appreciate that was included in this letter. And, I think that line of thinking is the way we need to move forward into the future with our wildfire risks. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I move to approve if you got some stuff.
I've got one thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. Star, on the page above where you talk about wetland trail design and construction, and there's I'm just gonna show you this map here. It says something about the following document. Is this a document? I wasn't sure what this was. And what do you want to add it to? One more page down, I think. There you go. Using the environmentally friendly trails technique for wetland project, consider using the following document or adding the following document. Can you just clarify that sentence?
That's a lot of times when I go through environmental assessments and I make comments, I'll go through their appendix, and I will also look at every scientific document that they use into this. And so this was just one of the this is one of the Forest Service USDA's considering trail design. So it's just adding that document in to the EA for consideration in trail design. It was left out and I thought it should
Okay.
be put in there.
Okay,
And so a lot of
can you
times,
just maybe make that adjustment to say, consider adding and name the document and then to the EA or whatever it is, just to make it kind of a complete thought?
The name is Wetland Trail Design and Construction.
Oh, that's.
It doesn't say that.
Colon. Oh, okay, okay.
I have it in there.
I see that, I beg your
And
pardon.
then there's a footnote where it's referenced.
Okay, so is it cool?
Cool enough.
Okay, cool. All right, that's great. All right.
Okay.
Carry on with your motion, sir.
Right. I move to approve this chair signature submitting comments to the GMUG Ranger District on the released draft environmental assessment for trail construction and reconstruction project on the National Forest System lands near Telluride, Colorado.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, motion passes. Star, thank you so much
Great.
again. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Okay, the time is 12:03, and unless anybody objects, we will adjourn for lunch, returning at 12:45 PM to speak with our public health director. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
12:47.
Okay, hello, San Miguel County. It is 12:47 and we are continuing the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, April 2nd, after a very yummy lunch from Uno Dos Tres. Cuatro Cinco Seis. And we have here our Public Health Director, Race Franklin. I know you're just gonna be full of good news.
Oh yeah, I don't want to ruin this positive attitude we've got going from all this tasty food. I'll start with some fun stuff first, and then we can go into budget updates and things like that. What's going on in public health? So, communicable disease updates. The flu season's finally wrapping up, which is really exciting. It was a long and tough one. Statewide as well as across the US, we had really high influenza-like illnesses across the board. So like fever, cough, sore throats. And it's was the highest number of hospitalizations in the last 15 years. So it was a really big year for flu. But COVID was moderate overall. And that's likely because of the wave that we had at the end of the summer and the fact that our variants haven't changed too much. Or major mutations in a lot of fixed. So everything's starting to go down. It's really encouraging there. On the other side too, so measles, locally, we've seen an increase of providers reaching out to CDPHE's EPI team for guidance on measles suspicions. We've had a couple of people who were tested for measles in our county due to rash and other symptoms. All have been negative, but it's really great to know that the state has a great testing lab that we can send our samples to. It's quicker than the private labs, right? LabCorp and Quest. And so that's a really big positive there. On the other side, Colorado announced their first measles case on Monday based in Pueblo. So the contagious period, they did not travel outside of Pueblo, which is really good. And I have a sticky note somewhere where we had some updates this morning. There were 17 known close contacts and 2 of those were unvaccinated. So they've already started on that process, doing the whole containment process. And the individual that tested positive for COVID was unvaccinated and traveled to an area where there was an outbreak.
Measles, not COVID.
Of measles,
Yeah.
correct.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They were unvaccinated.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so what we would expect, seeing as measles is highly preventable through getting vaccinated. So the takeaway here is really that people who've received the MMR vaccine or were born before 1957 are generally considered immune. If somebody or their family members don't fall into that category, public health, as well as both the medical centers have MMR vaccines for both children for low to no cost or through private insurance, and public health has 317 funding. So uninsured adults, we can provide the vaccine for free. So there's lots of options across the county.
Did you say prior to 1957, you should get the vaccine?
No, you're considered immune because there was no vaccine and it's such a highly contagious disease.
If you've had the measles.
Had it. And if you were infected, you have lifetime immunity.
And if you were born post 57 and know that you had the measles vaccine, does it last a lifetime or is that something that you re-up?
Yep. If you have 2 doses of the MMR vaccine, it's 97% effective. And it does wane over time, but very insignificantly. Yeah. But the tricky part is if you have a measles exposure, right? So let's say somebody in our county or even the workspace, right, test positive for measles, you will have to demonstrate those documented vaccines or else you will likely have to quarantine. So it's a pretty, because it's so contagious, it's very strict guidelines if there's exposure. So I know a lot of folks don't live in Colorado. And so, or got their vaccines before the 90s. I think Jared talked about this in a different conversation, where data is pretty hard to find at that point, right? And so it's really, can you find any hard copies of your vaccine records or not. I don't think an exposure is like the highest likelihood for most people, but it's something to consider. I don't know if you have other things.
There's that little.
Wait a second. Sharon Grundy, please come up, is our Chief Medical Officer for the Public Health Department. And I mentioned to her that we were having a public health update today and invited her. And here she is.
Hi there. So the other little caveats that so if you received a killed measles vaccine 1963 through 1967, it wasn't very effective. So that's a lot of people in their 50s. And so especially a healthcare worker or a child care worker, school systems, that population should probably get a vaccine, or we could check your titer. So any of the med centers could check a titer on it too.
What's that?
Blood test to check for your immunity.
Oh.
So we just did it with our whole staff. We've encouraged, if you kind of didn't have good documentation, go ahead and get the titers drawn, because we as healthcare workers would be high risk, couldn't show immunity, you're out for 21 days.
Yeah. Which if you do have the titers, that could also give you exclusion from quarantining, but
TITER.
yes.
Titer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was mishearing
Not
tigers.
a D, that probably titer.
Titer, not the animal.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder how it's printing up there.
Oh, it spelled it correctly. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just an update on the national level, there's been over 500 cases nationwide. That's more than double from last year. And then in the state of Colorado, we haven't had more than 10 measles cases in a year since the mid-1990s. So we only have one right now. So hopefully it stays below that level, but time will tell. Things to note, so the outbreak in Texas, it spilled over into 3 different states and now Colorado as well, but Oklahoma, New Mexico, Kansas. And the other place to note is the state of Chihuahua in Mexico too is also having an outbreak due to just that spillover too. Yeah, any other questions on measles or communicable diseases?
Do we need to talk about bird flu?
No,
Good.
it's still around, it's happening, but again, for the general public, the risk is very low. It's more for folks that work in high density dairy farms or poultry farms. And as we come out of the flu season too, the biggest concern was somebody has regular flu and then gets infected with bird flu, and that could potentially cause mutations that can then create human to human spread. And we did not see that this winter, which is really awesome. So good question. I'll pause on the environmental health updates just because I know you're here and your time is precious. So, but I'll come back to environmental health stuff. But the behavioral health strategic plan, to give you all updates on that, the Stedman group came to San Miguel County last week. They spent Monday through Thursday doing focus groups, key informant interviews with both community partners, behavioral health specialists, and the community as a whole. They really enjoyed being here, got a lot of really great feedback from diverse perspectives, and are putting together just like their report out, of course, with the gaps analysis and recommendations. The next step in this process is on May 5th. There's going to be a strategic planning session. We're meeting tomorrow with the steering committee to decide how to invite folks. Are we going to do the public's invited? Are we going to stick to the behavioral health collaborative and behavioral health panel, at least to get things started before getting feedback? But the intent is to say, this is what we found from the data analysis. This is what we've heard from the focus groups and key informant interviews. And let's build out a really rough draft of a strategic plan to start then working and refining it. So we're still trying to find, we have 2 places that we might be hosting the in-person event. And we'll decide that tomorrow as well. So once we get that, there'll be invites and information, and everyone in this room is welcome. Okay. So the less fun stuff, COVID stop work order. So last week on Tuesday, the CDPHE received from the federal government a stop work order for all COVID funding. It impacted 4 different funding sources for CDPHE. For public health, it only impacted 3 funding sources. And we received our official stop work order on March 27th, so last Thursday. This was specific to COVID funding that we've been receiving. And just to break it down, I just want to give a huge shout out to Ramona and her team, because they were told on Thursday, you'll have to send invoices and send them in by the 4th, so Friday, right? And so she's been doing a huge lift to get all those invoices out to make sure we get fully reimbursed for our time period, as well as giving us a better picture of what the impact's going to be. So the 3 areas that we've lost funding is called ELC, and that's increased laboratory and work around COVID. We already spent down all of our funds for this funding cycle. We applied for additional funding for July through June of 2025, 2026. So now that's just paused, but that wasn't put into the budget, which is really nice for us planning wise. COVID immunizations. So that would be funding for our electronic health record system, hazardous waste disposal of our vaccine supplies, staff, and then other operational supplies. According to Ramona, she's still working on finalizing these invoices, and estimates there might be about 20,000 outstanding there that wasn't spent down. I would say from the COVID immunization side, though, it is winding down as a whole vaccines as the respiratory season's going down, and we're anticipating the vaccine formulas to be available in the fall. So this tends to be a lull in that work time, and just would have helped with the general operation funds for like our EHR and other pieces.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I didn't track that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at your note from March 27th that we've so far received 27,000 in reimbursements.
Yeah.
And then it says as of today, that day, there were 17,000 remaining. So is that money we've spent that we need to invoice by April 4th? Or is that money that we were anticipating that we aren't going to receive?
So the 17,000 remaining, and I don't know, just because there's been so many things going back and forth. Ramona today, she said that she thinks it might be 21 remaining.
Okay.
Or 21 remaining, but it might be less than that based off of what I had earlier. So we'll find that out by the end of this week.
But what does that mean, remaining?
So that's unspent funds that we won't be able to get reimbursed for.
Okay.
And that would have ended, all of the state funding ends June 30th every year. It's on the state fiscal year. So I think that's a thing to note too, is that it's not like we would have spent this over the entire 2025, but it would have been spent down or not in the next 3 months. Okay. I don't know if that adds value, but
that's helpful. So you weren't planning to be funded by this particular source from July to December, right?
Correct.
Just through June. So
Yes.
that's 3 months of work that is potentially not
Yeah.
funded.
But like the ELC funding, they did offer additional funding prior to the stop work order to start July 2025 through some additional time frame. They didn't offer it for the COVID immunizations, but they usually, like, as long as there's funding still left in the state coffers for this work, they usually just roll it over and bring it into the next year. So it's more like, from a budget perspective, this is our immediate impact, but it probably would have been continued funding for at least the next year, but it was not in our budget.
Okay.
Yeah. A little convoluted. And then the big one, health disparities funding. So we received a cultural navigation grant that was supposed to start in December. The contract didn't get finalized until February. And then it would just have been through the state fiscal year. So it might have been one extra month, either ending in June or July. I can't remember off the top of my head, but this was fully to support our community outreach specialists staff time, their cell phone to help outreach to folks, and then a little bit of my time to help him with some navigation stuff. As of today, Ramona pulled down and sent the invoices for this funding. So we had 62,000 provided from or contracted from the state. And we spent about 17,000, a little over that, through February and March. So we have about $44,000 left on the table.
And that is we won't get it. That's been made clear, or we,
So that's so it's all, like, it's not, nothing's sure, right? So this occurred within 24 hours of a stop work order from a contract that was already provided. So Colorado, as well as 22 other state attorney generals, have issued legal action against this, saying that this is inappropriate contractual, just general business practices, and goes against the terms of the agreement. And so there is a potential that there could be a stay, right? As the legal process goes through, funding might be available again, funding might not. So there's like 12 different routes that we could potentially go down. I don't think it would be wise to say one way or the other we're 100% cut off, or it's 100% coming back, but probably somewhere in the middle. Yeah, and then I know, talking to Mike too, we talked about what does the shortfall funding look like, and it's definitely more complicated too, because we have, in public health, we have so many funding sources to braid staff time, that Andres, for the community outreach specialist position, we had other funding sources to help alleviate some of the general funding pieces to it for his FTE. And so we'll just bring back a lot of those. It won't be 100% of his time, but a lot of it can be backfilled through our tobacco cessation work, because he does outreach there, as well as health equity work that's wrapped into that, and our communicable disease funding, as long as those all stand. I think along those lines too, yesterday, just from the federal landscape, a large tens of thousands of federal employees got laid off in CDC and NIH. And that is definitely going to trickle down, affect us, right? So it's TB prevention work, HIV prevention work, reproductive health, air quality, a lot of environmental programs that have just been I guess cut to the point of ineffectiveness is a good way to put it. So it'll be interesting to see how that does furthermore affect us. Along those lines too, Telluride Regional Medical Center applied for Title X funding to get support for reproductive health services, and they got notified that they received the award, but there's no funding because of a federal freeze on Title X funding as well. So they're looking to see if there's any other benefits. The 340B drug pricing is a huge benefit, which UMC currently has as a federally qualified health center, but TMC doesn't as a hospital district. So they're going to see, even though we don't have money, can we get these benefits, right? And still start working towards Title X pieces. So I don't know. Do you have anything to add to that? Or?
No, we're still negotiating, I think, with CDPHE to see how to move forward, if we can.
how much was that grant? Do you know?
I think it's gonna be 75,000
ish or 75,000. The program that as a whole is a little bit more than that. So we've been trying to go after local funding for it. So the 75,000 now is gone. So our biggest interest though is the designation for the pharmacy, because then you get very discounted services. So if you like what we consider long acting contraception, like an IUD, normally costs about $800 to $1,000, and that drops it down dramatically. So it makes it more cost appropriate for people.
Yeah, it could cost like somewhere between $50 to $300 for the exact same device.
Yep.
Which is
so that'd be nice.
Yeah. That'd be nice. Nice.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Why that is even a conversation.
Okay. One other, a positive in all of this too. So this is all the federal landscape, right? Looking at the state budget too, the JBC finalized their budget last week to try and figure out what to do with the $1.2 billion deficit. And so a lot of things got cut
One thing that did get cut was community health workers, the community health workers program. They were going to wrap in Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers like Andres, who does patient navigation and support there, where you could bill for those services. It was going to be a new program, so it hadn't existed before, but would have been a huge alleviation of some of these staffing costs for work that's really essential. But a positive is, one thing that they did not cut was the anticipated 5% cut to local public health agencies. They also didn't cut child welfare services either, which is huge for our human services side, but there's still the long bill is getting introduced, or it was introduced a couple days ago. There'll still be a lot of negotiations, so we'll see how things shake out. But at least from the state level, the very bare minimum or public health funding isn't completely shifted. So we got that going for us.
I think Tri-County is super disappointed about that cultural navigation funding as well.
Yes,
Because they do, that's a lot of the work they do.
Definitely.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Any questions about all of those things, concerns? I know, speaking with Ramona too, recognizing the death by 1,000 cuts and the likelihood that this is not the only thing that'll shift over the next few years, just really how can we game plan and prioritize our work and have a couple different scenarios in which to work towards. And I know Mike's been obviously thinks about that all the time, but I don't think we've had to think about it too deeply in public health. So just, I'll stop there.
I know you have an opening for a program coordinator. Do you feel like you'll be able to fund that position?
Yeah, that
for this
position
year?
would be about 70 to 80% funded through our tobacco cessation work, which is funded through taxes of tobacco sales in the United States, in the state of Colorado. So that's a very consistent and stable funding source. As long as people keep smoking, which would be nice if it'd be nice if they didn't, but you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Grundy, do you have anything to add? Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, no, just again, Grace always does such an amazing job of keeping up to date on everything. And I think all of us should just remain curious and come not from a place of fear, but hopefully a path becomes clear.
Or we're at least a little more prepared.
Yeah.
So, no.
The good thing is we're all so used to working with uncertainty now, thanks to
Yeah.
COVID, right?
Yeah.
We got this.
Yeah.
Which that's even Ramona, she mentioned that too, with all the COVID funding that's come and gone, that it's like, okay, we've got this much, what do we do now? And just the feast and famine of public health, it's hard to have stable services when it ebbs and flows, but it's kind of the nature of our system as it's structured now.
And I think our COVID little setup that as we came out of COVID, public health and the clinics and local providers and EMS, I think it's such a nice established connection that if we did have another event happen, like a measles situation, like I think we're already collaborative, which is awesome.
Yeah. And the schools too.
In the schools, yeah.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Okay, I've got a little bit more
on
that's
the-
not budget related.
Oh, okay.
But
Public health or
Public health.
environment?
Or it is environment.
Okay. In case
Let me take off.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Sharon. Okay, so only two more things for y'all is the radon program and then hazmat. So I'll do the easy one first, which is radon. We received $10,000 of funding last year to help maintain and continue to grow our radon testing program. So community members can borrow our test kits for free and test their homes to make sure it's safe and healthy. The application just got released yesterday for folks to apply for funding for the next state fiscal cycle. So Kevin's exploring that. The only fun hiccup to it is we've been receiving straight pays because our request has been so minimal. And this year they said, regardless of if you ask for $500 or $500,000, you have to go through the full RFA process. So for you all, doesn't mean much. For Kevin and Ramona, it's definitely more of an administrative lift. But Kevin's gonna look at the numbers and see, is it, you know, what do we need to sustain the program as it's been for the last couple of years? And how do we plan ahead to make it sustainable? And so we'll probably apply for the funding and ask for like $5,000. So.
And that would be by additional testing
Mhm.
devices.
Yeah, so we have to calibrate the like fancy tests every single year, which is it's not a huge cost, but still adds up. Training for Kevin to stay certified as a radon specialist. And then the single-use devices, so then we don't have a wait list. Okay. So just a fun one. There might be money for radon program still. Hazmat. So we've been going back and forth with Clean Harbors quite a bit on a quote. Because the last time we spoke in January about hazmat, we are at that 3-year mark where typically we do both a Telluride and a Norwood hazmat cleanup. The estimated quote that we got last is 50,000, which is definitely higher than the last combined Norwood Telluride one. It was a little over 30,000. It's been challenging to get like, and they pretty much have very similar numbers for both Telluride and Norwood. They stated for us, they're like, these are all the totes and drums, the big containers that they put all the hazmat material in. These are all the things that we will promise to bring. And then if they don't get filled up, we don't charge you for it. And I know in the past we've had issues where they haven't brought enough totes. And then Chris Smith and Lance were kind enough to help load up a truck and then store the stuff until we could get them to come back and fix the issue there, because we don't want to turn people away. So that was one thing. It's just like, oh, we don't want to have too little because we're trying to nickel and dime the quote. Talking to Eco Actions, we shared the quote with Tyler Simmons, and he identified some things that their electronic recycling group that they contract with will probably be able to cover as well. And then regardless of the cost, $11,000 of this is to mobilize the truck, like, and the and then their staffing cost as part of it. So yeah, I know. So the last time I said I would bring a quote, make sure it's still okay to move forward, but happy to answer questions first.
Quick question. I think I heard you say that the numbers for both Telluride and Norwood were similar, but I'm not sure which numbers those were. Were those pounds generated numbers or price to serve those two different locations?
It was priced to serve the two different locations. So out of the $50,000 quote, they had Telluride at 25,800-ish, and then Norwood at 24 something. Where what we saw with containers and drop-offs, it's about 70% Telluride, 30% Norwood when we do the combo weekends. So the quote though is, this is how many, like, we'll have 2 containers for mercury, 5 containers for fluorescent lights, right? And I think they did fairly similar for the 2, but
does that mean you think that we could spend less?
I think so. It's hard to guarantee, right? Just based on who actually shows up and what gets dumped. But I know that they said if we have a hard cutoff, it's regardless of the line, right? They're like, oh, you hit your quote expectation, and they can cut us off and say, sorry, people, you got to take your paint back. Or we can set it up where as we'll take anyone that comes as long as they have the materials. And that's where it gets a little sticky.
So is this based on these quotes being quite equal? Is there a way to balance that a little? Like, as I understand, there's got to be receptacles for all the various materials. But is there a way to kind of shift those numbers so that there's 70%-ish capacity for the Telluride pickup and 30%-ish?
I think so.
For Norwood?
Yeah. I asked them that and they were a little hesitant to remove too many more things, but we can definitely tighten it up too.
And just so I understand it, the payment is based on what is actually collected?
Correct. So this is the quote is based, so like, this is the cost per unit for each item. And then at least for the Telluride one, we're pretty consistent with what we receive every year. So they took the exact numbers and moved it over, and then they took a percentage of that and put it into Norwood, which I think was a little buffered for the Norwood one, but again, it's the quote based off what they'll bring. Yeah. Versus what's dropped off.
Having had some experience with
Mhm.
this and knowing that we want to provide this service, I think that it would be wise to err on the side of abundance and just hope that people bring lots of mercury and that we have lots of room for it. So I'd rather spend an extra fill in the blank, 3, 4, 5 grand and not make our provider nervous that we're trying to nickel and dime them, but instead bring all your containers and we'll hope to fill them up. And if we don't, we'll get a little refund, but let's not guess low. In summary,
It is the worst when.
that was the worst.
And it's raining. Yeah.
So if you guys are okay with that general direction, I'd rather Grace just manage this in a let's aim high attitude.
Have enough capacity, yes. And is this in your current budget, any of this?
The current budget accounts for the Telluride day. So it would be, I think we counted like 30, 32. And then in January, we talked about how there was extra funding in the
Solid waste.
disposal solid waste budget.
Because we
It wasn't
got that to
earmarked
pencil.
for this, but yeah.
So we can do it.
Yeah. Great. We're not pulling the money out of the thin air.
Okay,
It's
great.
just in a imaginary bucket on the side.
I'm agreement with Lance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
that.
Well, thank you for
Useful
working that
information.
through with me and the support. I think it's gonna be a really awesome event and appreciated by the whole community.
And what are the dates for that, Grace?
I think it's.
If you don't have it right here, it's fine.
16th and 17th, so that
Oh,
Fridays that are May.
And
Yeah.
is that both days in both locations or one in the other?
One, so Norwood's only Saturday. So we'll do Telluride on Friday, which we did for the first time last
Mhm,
year,
mhm.
and it went well. And then Norwood on Saturday.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you'll be publicizing that, but.
Yes,
thanks.
well, Eco Actions manages all the marketing.
Oh, okay.
But Carmen works closely with them to make sure, and then we'll be working with you, so. It's a lot. No. Okay. Thank you for the direction, and now we'll move forward and dial some stuff in.
All right, keep us posted on funding, frozen funds and all that.
Will do, thank you all.
Okay. Moving on now to item 13A, affordable housing updates, and I think Jared has. I don't think you're a guest anymore, if you're staff.
No.
No, she's
Don't
not.
have to be guessed.
She's not a guest. She has a new staff member that we're looking forward to saying hello to.
Well, thank you, commissioners. First and foremost, I wanted to introduce Drea Arazia.
Very close.
And she's our new housing specialist, and I'll let her introduce herself and tell her a little bit about herself.
Hi, I'm Drea Ariza. I hail from Durango. I worked for the city of Durango for 5 years in 2 different capacities as the grant specialist and the housing coordinator. And then before that, I've done various things in the private sector. So I'm looking forward to continuing working in affordable housing and working with Jared and Mike and trying to bring change to the community. And welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
We're so happy you're here.
Happy to be here.
Well, and it's something I think I can be really happy that she's here. One, because she has a lot of great experience that will hopefully translate really well to what we need. 2, that we can focus on some of these things that I've felt are shortcomings myself as we've been moving along. It's not that we aren't getting there, but I hope we get there a little faster. So, but thank you, Drea, for joining the team. Super excited to have you. So, and then with that, the item on the agenda is kind of a revisit of what was on the agenda last week. We've was that last week or was it 2 weeks ago? We made some amendments, clarified, removed a few redundancies, clarified a few questions, and thank you, Commissioner Brown, for being a great copy editor as we walk through this. We made those amendments and also developed a resolution. This is our 2025-10 that would put this into the administrative policy manual in a new section. So happy to answer any additional questions if there are any, or would ask just for approval if there are none.
Lance and Galena, any questions or comments?
No further questions.
No.
No, thank you very much for your patience as I dug into this. I think it's super clean and clear now, and just I really appreciate the fact that you have a policy in place, and it's actually something you've kind of lived with for a while as you've been managing some of our properties. So thank you so much.
Well, and I thank the staff with our maintenance division. They have been really helpful. Greg Polio, Michael Pierce, Tom Chesson, they've been helping a lot on these efforts to kind of just keep things maintained, which is great. So I want to at least acknowledge those contributions on their part. And Nancy Willis as well, because she has been wrangling a lot of contracts and helping me do that. So it takes the proverbial village. That's
great. I think we're ready for a motion. And I have it, I think I can do it myself unless someone else is ready to go.
You go.
Okay, I move that we approve the chair's signature on resolution 2025-10, adopting updates and additions to the San Miguel County Administrative Policy Matter in regards to San Miguel County owned housing. Does that suffice?
I think so.
I second that.
Discussion, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
As well, the motion carries unanimously, passes unanimously. And I just, on an affordable housing note, I just want to thank Jared for, what would you call it? Expediting the, a license for an employee of the San Miguel Resource Center to take on
For a
rental.
long vacant unit.
Long vacant, thank you, 1 bedroom at Boston Hill.
And it had significant restrictions from the state, which is why it was vacant, not for a lack of staff.
Trying, yes, and we had really tried hard to get the word out, and we just found that magic person, and I know that San Miguel Resource Center is so grateful for this terrific employee. It's the bilingual bilingual navigator advocate. Anyway, it's just, I'm really thrilled. Thank you so much, Jared, for figuring that out, how to make that work.
It is one of those challenges, as this policy states, we do sometimes have to play by other rule books.
That's right.
When we're managing our assets. And so this is one of those other rule books. We do have to read into a pretty deep rule book sometimes to figure those things out, but I'm glad that we got there. And just for sake of argument, that unit had been vacant since last August. And as soon as we got somebody qualified, I got 2 more people who called. And so it's kind of a feast and famine kind of exercise, but we're really glad to have somebody qualified in there, housing them. They're providing services to our community, and we're moving ahead. So.
Could I also just chime in for a moment? Again, kudos to you, Jared, for creating a fair system for how we manage our rental units. Prior to this, it was kind of at my sole discretion of who got what units and how much they cost. And I felt really uncomfortable with that. And he and I started just having these discussions, and this is the culmination of his recommendations, which have already been put into practice, which lay out a clear methodology for who can get what unit and how much they'll pay, and ensuring that we're asking folks to pay an amount that is fair to what they earn and not just an arbitrary number. So I think it's increasing the fairness and the respect to all of our employees. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, anything to say about that policy, or shall we go on to other affordable housing updates if there are any?
I can't say I have much else. One thing that I was gonna bring up, but it does apply to our affordable housing. Mike and I will be attending the LEM POA. I think I mentioned this last week. That is tomorrow evening. And so we'll be discussing the LEM project at the sheriff's office with them and getting their take on any of their frustrations, anything else that they are concerned about with that effort. As we mentioned during that meeting, that project is really just making units that already fit within the mold that we've been given, so to speak. We aren't trying to break the mold in any way. And so interested to hear the feedback from that owners association on that project tomorrow. So, Commissioner.
Question for you, Drea. Will you have time tomorrow night to tune into that Zoom meeting and just start to get a feel for the players in the process, at least in this one instance? Is it possible for you?
Yeah, I'll check with Jared and get the calendar of upcoming meetings and which ones him and Mike would like me to attend.
Great. I'm not sure that this one is top priority, but it's just the one that's right in front of us. And perhaps it would be a good beginning.
Of course.
Thanks.
And I was able to speak a little bit with Sherry Reader this morning and learn that one of the basis of the HOA's concern is, I think, from some of the misstatements that have been made that this is going to be a housing like an ADU for permanent residency of employees, which would be treated very differently than what our intent is, which is to free up the 2 VCA units that we're currently renting for on-call housing and to provide those folks with a place that's more stable, connected to their workplace, but also then allows 2 other families or groups of people to reside full-time in our community in BCA. So I think it's a win-win, and I think we can clear this up pretty quickly and easily.
Great. Well, thank you both for being so responsive to our request that you have that meeting.
Sure.
Because, yeah, just want to clear up those misconceptions.
Absolutely. The only other affordable housing update I have is I did receive from Wright Water Engineers, our water engineers, on at least 2 of our housing projects, Pathfinder and Deep Creek. The next authorization for their well drilling and aquifer testing. It is within our currently budgeted amount between $19,000 and $21,000, depending on what it actually costs to conduct those tests. Maura and I are still working on the IGA or the MOU with the HOA, and we'll execute that. But I just wanted to let you know that that next phase is we wanted to lock it into Wright Water schedule so that we weren't going to have any delays as soon as we're authorized from the HOA.
This is for the Pathfinder.
That's
well?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and San Bernardo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, San Bernardo. Okay. Good. Chugging along, and we'll be accelerating along pretty soon. Thank you, Drea. All righty, so that's affordable housing updates. I think we're now moving on to item 14A, manager matters. The first item on that agenda is discussion with the commissioners on who can attend the May 29th, 2025 meeting with Montezuma County and surrounding areas.
And this is just more of a scheduling issue because I know various commissioners have other obligations. This was an invite we received last month from Travis Anderson on behalf of Montezuma County. He's their county manager. And it is for Thursday, May 29th from 5 to 7 p.m. in Cortez, meeting with Dolores, La Plata, Montezuma counties, and us to talk about regional issues, current projects that are underway, successes, challenges. And I think just to start building those relationships because of the state's grouping of how counties and their local councils of governments work. Those counties are all in Region 9. Whereas we're in Region 10. So we're often talking with our counterparts in Ouray and Gunnison and Montrose and Delta County. But I was kind of pleased because we do straddle both sides and we do have workforce, significant amounts of workforce that come from Dolores County, as well as we have common interests, whether it be the efforts on the Dolores River or others that we share with those counties. So I guess this was just to remind us about this and see who is available to join me.
I'm not available to join.
Unfortunately, I am not either.
I'm going.
Are you here?
Right.
That on that note of that week, I had an opportunity come up, and I probably won't be able to join that week's scheduled BOCC meeting, which is scheduled to be a Placerville listening session.
Yes.
I was wondering, Anne, if you will be out of town. Are you going to be here?
I will be here
Okay.
on that Wednesday, and nevertheless, I don't want you to miss the Placerville meeting. since
Yeah, I'm
that's in your
concerned
district.
about that. So
Yeah, maybe we
I
could
thought I'd
always
just bring it to
schedule
everyone's
that.
attention.
Have we sent out notices to Placerville yet? Okay. So I think we can adjust that and we'll work offline to see what works for everybody.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll leave early now for my. Okay, did you get what you need there, Mike?
I did, thank you. The next item is in regards,
Yeah.
if I can
please.
keep.
Yes,
just keep moving.
14B, update on the sheriff appointment process.
Very good. So, as we all know, we had extended after we had only one applicant for quite a while. We extended the opening of the sheriff's vacancy until March 31st at 5 p.m. Subsequently, we did receive one more applicant. There are only 2 applicants thus far, and they are under Sheriff Dan Cobalt and Sergeant Lee Masters that will be vying for this open position that the commissioners will appoint. Knowing that we did not want to have interviews or a discussion during off season or when the majority of our community may be out of town, we postponed those interviews. They're tentatively slated to occur in the afternoon of April 22nd, and we have a draft press release ready to go out as soon as the commissioners authorize this timeline. But those interviews will be conducted publicly per state statute from 2 to 4 p.m. here in this building. I would ask folks to attend online. This is not a public discussion. The public would not be invited to interact with the candidates during the interview process. We want to keep it similar to how we've conducted our previous elected office vacancies, where they're in a one-on-one interview individually with with the Board of Commissioners and some of our key staff here. And then there had been a public meet and greet as a part of the process for my hiring, for Maura's hiring, and it was because this is a position that it has so much authority and oversight of in interaction with the public that we felt it appropriate to have the public to be able to meet and greet these 2 candidates and provide any thoughts to the commissioners. I have subsequently received some concerns from county staff stating that they wanted to make sure that this wasn't viewed as a campaign or a campaigning process, and that obviously the voters will decide in 18 months who they wish to serve as their next term of sheriff. This is just to fulfill the remaining portion of Bill Masters' tenure. So I felt it important to mention that, and I responded to this employee to say that the intent is not to create a campaign, but because this position has so much greater authority over people's individual lives, we felt that it was appropriate to have the public be able to personally meet them. And so that is slated to be at the Placerville Schoolhouse. It's already been reserved. We'll have a Zoom option for folks that want to attend remotely and hear from the candidates. I don't think it's realistic that the public on Zoom will be able to interact with the candidates. It's not as though the candidates will be mingling and moving around and meeting people throughout that hour and a half time frame, and then we're asking the public to put any written comments they have. So that we can collect those and share those all with the Board of Commissioners to make sure you've all heard all the comments that are received, both online and from that in-person meeting.
And what do you envision the format of that being? I know we've had that in the past, just for the public, can you let us know?
Absolutely. So similar to the two processes that Maura and I participated in, it would be an opening introduction of the two candidates. They would each be given a certain time frame, typically 3 to 5 minutes each, to speak, what their background is, why they're interested in the position, any key tenets of how they would wish to serve as sheriff and operate our single largest office in the county of employees. And then we would, after both candidates had said their piece, then they would kind of go to different areas of the room, and then the public would be able to go to them. And we would ask if any member of the public does come, we would want them to speak with both candidates.
Terrific, and then they could fill out maybe a form that we have there.
Yeah.
In writing, or submit something online.
That's correct.
Makes sense.
And as always, we have the BOCC at sanmiguelcountyco.gov email that can receive those comments about the public's thoughts, concerns, ideas regarding this appointment. And then we looked at advanced meeting dates of when we could have the board. I know Sheriff Bill reached out to me and to you, I believe, wishing for the board to make the appointment sooner than our current time frame. But unfortunately, with the availability of you guys and staff and the public, April 22nd was kind of the soonest we could do this. And then knowing that we're going to be receiving comments, as well as the fact that Jared and I will be gone for that Wednesday through Friday at the CCCMA conference. We're proposing that we continue with our originally discussed special meeting on April 30th, where you could come to a decision. Do you have any thoughts, questions, or concerns about that time frame? That would still give until June 2nd, when the sheriff has announced he will be resigning. So about a month of overlap. And because both candidates are both internal to the existing office, I'm not as worried about a transition timeline.
Yeah, you and I chatted, Mike, about how we might be able to move up that decision date. But given the fact that the 22nd is firm for the reasons you discussed, and wanting to hear back from the public, and then for the commissioners to have some time to digest those public comments, and you are all being away, unfortunately, the 30th is the soonest that can happen. So is everybody in this room comfortable with that? And apologies to the sheriff, because I know he feels like we've dragged this on, but we really wanted to make sure that we had enough time for the public and all of us to feel comfortable that this was a fair process. And I think that's what it will be. So here we are.
Okay, we will move forward with informing the public of that timeline and those upcoming opportunities. The next item
is consideration of a request for $40,000 for the Royal Gulch debris mitigation.
Okay, and so commissioners, I just received this Monday evening from the town of Telluride, and their request is to address a longstanding issue where the county and the town both jointly own property. The town owns the road out to Idorado that then becomes K69. And the county owns the Idorado Legacy Trail, recreation trail. As you may recall, last year we spent approximately $40,000 just removing the debris. That was the second time in 4 years that we had to spend that level of funding. Actually, I take it back. The first time Road and Bridge was able to do it, but they were tied up with significant projects this year. So we had to hire a contractor to remove this debris this past summer. And we know that this issue is not going to abate on its own. So the request coming from the town is for the town of Telluride Idorado subdivision, Falls subdivision, and the county all share in the costs for engineering and design study. They want to go out to bid on this. They're estimating the cost for this plan and to be $200,000. Mudslides at the Royer Gulch East Spur. They're asking that or suggesting the town would pay $60,000. Idorado subdivision would pay $60,000. Falls subdivision pay $40,000 and the county pay $40,000. So this is not a budgeted amount because we did not know at all about this request until we received it. But it is something that will need to be addressed and will require an engineered plan to address it.
So I'm just reading the note that was posted with the agenda, and it says that they want to hire a design firm tasked with creating a solution. But then it says that the contract will focus on repairing and upgrading the current stormwater infrastructure. So we had talked offline about this being for engineering, but $200,000 sounds like a ton of money for a plan.
I had the same thought.
Do you think maybe this is actually the mitigation as well as the plan?
No, and I asked that question to Kyle Beck, the Public Works Director, immediately once I received this to say, is this also for construction?
Right.
And he said, no, their estimate for the construction fix is approximately $1 million.
Okay. I do you want my opinion, or do you all want to start? I absolutely feel like it's appropriate for us to participate in this fix.
Yeah.
Given that it does impact that trail and the expense, whether from in our person power or in contracting, paying somebody. To repeatedly clean up the mess that hopefully we could avoid with this project. I just find it hard to believe that, and I don't know, maybe you guys have a little insight into this, why it would cost $200,000 to come up with a plan. Do they have to do like geologic testing or something? Because I mean, this is enough to pay an engineer a whole year's salary. I would think. Jared.
I was just going to mention to commissioners, I know it seems like a lot, and just based on a rule of thumb I've always used, engineering tends to be 10 to 15% of an actual project cost. So this is, it might be a touch high. I'm sure that Kyle, being a licensed engineer, is probably making sure that there's going to be enough room to get the design completely done with all contingencies. But you are right that that's going to take geotechnical testing. It's going to be a number of other kind of aspects of the project to get it all planned. And we all know, if you've gone down there during any sort of storm event, that gulch carries a lot of water when it comes down. So if you're going to build a project that's going to actually serve to make sure that it doesn't actually wash out or continue to move a lot of material where we don't want it to go, I could see that being $1 million fix. But again, that's just food for thought. None of it is, all of this is still, it'll go out to bid, it'll come back, and then then the real numbers will be on the table.
Appreciate that context.
I mean, I do appreciate the kind of breakdown in costs between the different entities. That to me seems pretty equitable. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to weigh in on that because I think that seems fair, and things just cost what they cost. I think questioning the cost is important, but engineers aren't cheap, and the mountains are moving. So,
Well, when I think of why this cost might seem high, because I had the exact same thought when I first saw this. I started thinking about the value of the properties adjacent and below where this fix would occur. And should their engineered solution fail, it would be potentially, there would be liability towards the engineering company. So I think they're looking at for impacts to homes that are 10 to $15 million each. I'm sure that they want to, A, make sure that they're not lowballing their quote, but B, making sure that they're going to put enough energy and attention when they put their stamp on this design, that they feel very confident it will fully address the solution.
Just so I understand where this work would occur, is it up in elevation from the road? Down in elevation from the road?
I suspect both, but I truly don't know.
Because that, you know, investing in this kind of engineering to potentially protect the road from further damage would be in our best interest.
Right.
And so I would like to see what portion of Royer Gulch is actually would be engineered and mitigated.
Yeah.
You know, it's always a bad idea to assume, but I would assume it would be any elevation that the engineers feel is required to mitigate, you know, further destruction. When you were saying the road, were you referring to 145 K29 or Tomboy?
Tomboy.
Yeah, we had this discussion
Yeah.
yesterday too. My guess is, Galena, that it's both above Tomboy, below Tomboy and above 145, and then maybe even onto the private property, within the subdivision.
Yeah, well, I would like to get that clear info, just because that is one of our invested interests is maintaining Tomboy Road and
I do not believe that any of the things they're proposing would affect positively or negatively Tomboy Road.
Okay.
This is all, as I understand it, below
Sub
Tomboy Road.
Tomboy, yeah.
Oh, it would be.
But really, to get the answer, it's gonna cost us 40 grand. And
Sure.
We're gonna have a plan, and if parts of the plan are directly affecting the private property below the 145 spur, then we can discuss that. If it's helping above Tomboy Road where we have some other concerns, we can add that into our thinking, but most likely Mike is right. It's going to be the middle channel between Tomboy and 145 that they're going to be trying to figure out how to remove velocity and slow debris.
Okay.
I think we should make the point, not to be obnoxious, but that this ratio might be different for the project itself.
I think that's wise to
We're
put
not
out there.
committing to that,
Correct.
because given that we'd have no idea how much it is and all that, does that seem fair?
I think so.
Do you guys have something you wanted to share?
No, we were just looking, Jared was on the aerial viewer and we're kind of
Admiring
interested
Royer
to
Gulch.
see that the same issue that is affecting Tomboy Road on that we're trying to work through with the Forest Service is it's actually the problems start above there. And I remember when Nico was here discussing his potential assessment of the road, he was saying that you're essentially not going to be able to fix the cause of the problem that is above, because there are multiple drainages that are contributing to this up above the road. So my assumption would be that we're gonna be talking below, but I agree. I'll be able
Let's
to
get that clarified.
Yeah.
Glenda, would you be comfortable committing to the 40,000 without that information?
I mean, to Lance's point that it's really kind of not really relating to the issue that's,
decision,
yeah, I would be fine with it. Doesn't really solve our greater problems that you were just kind of referring to, but
By state law, we really can't change paths of historic drainage. So even if they found a solution to say, hey, we're gonna reroute all the water that's coming down Royer over into another gulch, that would be another significant legal and engineering expenditure. And so I feel like I'm getting out a little bit on a tangent. I do think that this request, although I don't like surprises of this dollar amount, I am appreciative that the town is taking the initiative and that they've gotten the two subdivisions on board to pay half the cost. And
Yes.
if you do support this, I would urge you to say up to $40,000,
Yes.
not just
Yeah.
40. And then also that we will include the caveat that this does not represent any commitment to future repairs.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, I was gonna also make that comment. Thank you to the private landowners for contributing. As it's a joint problem. Okay, so do we need a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, who wants to make that motion?
I move to authorize expenditure of up to $40,000 for the Royer Gulch debris mitigation engineering, with the provision that we make no commitments to actual construction.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
All right.
Aye.
Aye as well, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for that helpful discussion.
Excellent. And then I just had a couple brief updates. More like several, but they're very brief. This morning, I was able to meet with the Ford Bronco Wild Fund along with John Duncan. And we had a very, I thought, encouraging meeting. They talked about the criteria upon which they grant funds to communities. They're based on stewardship, access, and I forget the third tenet. But we met all of their criteria for what they would look for in funding a potential repair.
This is of Tomboy Road.
This is of Tomboy Road. So this is, John and I are working kind of on the side because Meganino indicated she can support us, but she can't be directly involved with fundraising efforts. So this is to try and see how many other potential partners and funding we can bring to bear for this solution once we have the firm quote, which we're still waiting to receive. We have reached out several times to Nicholas Maynard to confirm that number. But they're going to be, they requested some follow-up information from John and I, which John's already drafted while we were sitting in the meeting. So they said they would be giving us a decision next week about how much funding they might potentially be willing to contribute to that repair. So that's exciting, and I commend John Duncan on his initiative and dedication to helping get this thing fixed. Mountain Village, I did support their energy and mineral impact grant application for the Ilium intersection, their application to DOLA. On Monday, this upcoming Monday, even though many folks may be gone for the school spring break, SMRHA will be holding the regular board meeting at 1 p.m. So look forward to hearing from Pam Schifrin, who we saw today. There will be no commissioner meetings April 9th or 16th. We will be coming back, as we've already said, for a regular meeting on April 22nd. The afternoon of which will be held for sheriff's candidate interviews.
And just to clarify, that's a Tuesday, not a Wednesday.
Correct, yes. And then a special meeting on April 30th with numerous agenda items. Those are available online. And then we'll be back to a regular meeting cadence on May 7th. However, May 7th is our Egner meeting. So we will be on Zoom as well, but look forward to seeing our West End residents at the Egner meeting, and thank you to Carmen for sending out notices to all of the Egner residents, informing them and inviting them to the meeting, as was requested by Egner. Jared and I will be leaving that following day for the CCCMA conference in Linwood Springs. I got a free conference registration. Jared received a scholarship, and we are bunking together to be cost efficient. Jared may come back horrified, and or maybe maybe we'll be complaining about who snores more, but it's a pretty exciting thing. I think I get to speak a little bit there, but
What are you speaking about, Mike?
It's issues that new county managers can expect, and kind of some of the ways that people that are kind of mid-level in their career have learned to try and address those.
That could be an all-day conversation.
It could be. Yeah, I learned everything the hard way. But as I promised the commissioners, I will make mistakes, but I will not make them twice. And that's about it. The only other thing is, while we're in the meeting today, we did get a notice from Reagan Shane at CCI about House Bill 1169, and this is the requirement that allows, it requires jurisdictions to allow residential housing construction on religious institution and what was the other? Schools on school properties. And those CCI have been opposing it. They said it does appear that it is definitely going to be passing. And so they've recommended amendments. And so I just wanted to call that to your attention. You've all received this email. And so please look at those amendments and share back with Commissioner Brown, our CCI rep, with what, if any, concerns you have about those amendments or support you have for them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and I apologize. One last thing. I'll be out that second. April 14th through spring. Back.
Okay, commissioner updates. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first because I am short and sweet. Since our last regular meeting, I have been mostly working with CC4CA because it's the legislative season and testifying at the state legislature on a couple different things. The most recent was House Bill 1303, which was a additional $1.75 a year on vehicle insurance, and the money collected would go into an enterprise fund. And that fund would be used for traffic safety improvements, including wildlife underpasses, overpasses, corridors, fencing, and bike segregation lanes. And the testimony was long, and the only people that were in opposition to this were representatives for the insurance industry. So knowing that, it's probably a good idea, and I'm glad to say that it passed initial reading and is going to finance. So we'll see, but that's a small thing that could have some actual benefit to us. We do have an elk herd that tends to lurk near our 145 square.
Thank you, Lance, and I really appreciate you representing CC4CA as well as San Miguel County and testifying. I know that really does help move the needle.
Sometimes. The other CC4CA things have been more preparing for the annual meeting in June and trying to strategize how to move forward with all the shifts at the federal level.
It's a big heavy lift. Commissioner Gleason?
Okay. I attended Uncompahgre Medical Clinic board meeting. And notable at that meeting, the board addressed the current financial status of the clinic and devised strategies for resiliency despite the plethora of funding cuts on federal and state level that will affect the clinic bottom line. And good news is that the clinic is in a healthy financial position and the board is optimistic about weathering this current storm. And there's been steady increase in patient visits and new patients to the clinic. And the clinic is really focusing on quality, not necessarily quantity, but those numbers keep going up despite the focus on quality healthcare.
Maybe that's why the numbers are going up.
Potentially, yes. The following day, I was scheduled to attend an emergency and disaster consideration for executives. The two of you have probably already participated in that kind of a training, but it was canceled last minute, but that enabled me to attend the Stedman Group Behavioral Health Strategic Plan community conversation at the Lone Cone Library. I definitely took away some really good points from the community participating in that process.
How well attended was that?
So I was there at the morning session. There was only a handful of participants there, but they were very key members of the community, folks who work in behavioral health clinicians, and there's some really good feedback that was brought forth. I will say attending the UMC board meeting the evening before, and then the community conversation, there was concern expressed that inclusion of the west end of the county in these conversations was kind of like last minute. In fact, UMC didn't, and I don't know where the breakdown of communication happened. I really couldn't get to the bottom of it, but UMC felt like they weren't really reached out to or included in the conversation on the front end. And there was kind of a scramble last minute to host an event in Norwood. So be that as it may.
I have a little insight on that because the Stedman group that was hired to do the strategic plan had initially planned to do the community outreach later in the month. And we had to adjust that because so many people leave town for Telluride spring break. So they had to accelerate all of that information gathering. And so there probably was not terrific notice given to anybody. But I did also chat with Chuck Forth at UMC, and he specifically requested that evening meeting because his team wanted to participate and couldn't participate during the work hours. So I do think that Stedman has been responsive to people who felt like they couldn't participate in the original schedule. But anyway, I think that's probably why that happened. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, well, it's fine. And I also just expressed those concerns to the Stedman group. And then I do know that several staff members and a couple board members, I believe, from UMC attended the evening session. So I think they were able to give their feedback. And then Stedman group did also say that they were going to reach out directly to UMC to have just some sit down with them, either virtually or in person while they were here. So
that's great.
That worked out. I participated in a Colorado Growing Water Smart orientation in preparation for the Growing Water Smart workshop, which will be held on April 28th and 29th in Montrose. I'm going to be joining representatives from the town of Norwood and the Norwood Water Commission for this workshop. They invited me to join their group, and I think it'll be really beneficial. The workshop is put on in part by the Sonoran Institute, Babbitt Center, Colorado River District, Southwest Water Conservation District, and the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. And the intent is to assist government, specifically the town of Norwood and the Norwood Water Commission, on continuing to develop land use code in regard to water conservation, water storage, and just helping with the water challenges. So I think that'll be, I'll learn a lot, and I was honored to be asked to join them. So I'll report back on it. And then I attended a Uncompahgre Tabawash Scenic Byway board meeting, and then followed by a West End Vision Project focus group. And then in addition to all those meetings, I've been having meetings with Star Jameson and Jared Biggs about the compost and food waste reduction program. And as the USDA CFWR grant is coming to its completion, we're reflecting on how this program has functioned to this point and how we can continue to improve and grow this program to serve the residents and the businesses within the municipalities and the unincorporated county. And we're going to continue these conversations and potentially have an opportunity to extend this grant for another year. So I'll report back to you all as we come to further decisions on how to manage the composting program.
Right. When you say extend the grant, do you mean apply for additional money or just extend the work with the same amount of money?
Jared, could you extrapolate on that?
On the compost grant?
Yes.
So we did engage our USDA granting agency, our grant manager, on the compost money that we have today. We do have the option for a 1-year extension of the existing dollars.
Okay.
And so that's what we're talking about is potentially taking advantage of that 1-year extension and potentially adjusting how those dollars have been allocated per the grant to, try to move money into some of those aspects that might be more successful than some of the other areas that they've been great and good education, but we're talking a lot more about enclosures and engagement and getting dollars to actual compost production. So.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. That's all I have to report.
Okay. Thank you. You are filling Commissioner Holstrom's shoes. Thank you. And then some. All your interest and energy is great. Okay. I'm not going to go into too much depth here because I forgot to take notes as I went along, but I'll just tell you where I've been. I attended my first Telluride Regional Airport Authority meeting. Nothing too much that is coming to mind without looking at my notes, except to say that as Commissioner Holstrom reports, the lunch is great. The next day, or March 21st, I think, or no, that same afternoon, I attended the San Miguel County Behavioral Health Collaborative. We talked quite a bit about the behavioral health strategic plan and all sorts of sort of roundtable updates. It was the first meeting I've been to in a long time that everybody left feeling great. Like we have really are really making progress even without the strategic plan in terms of providing services and programming in this behavioral health space for the county. So it was really uplifting. I on the 21st also attended a meeting, maybe it was 22nd, 21st, with the Telluride Foundation. They have an interest in supporting the region's wildfire preparation plans and potentially response plans. And so I did a little research on where things stand. We're having another meeting this afternoon to kind of flesh out together with our emergency management office, as well as the Telluride Regional or Telluride Fire Protection District, because we're starting on this end of the county, to understand how the foundation might be able to support wildfire preparedness, which I think is super generous of them. We know how effective they can be. I did on the 24th meet with Chuck Forth. I had never met him personally, although I've been on Zoom calls with him for 5 years. So I just felt like I needed to shake the man's hand. We did also talk a little bit about federal funding cuts. And I was really impressed with his willingness his confidence that, as you said, Galena, the UMC is in good shape and that they will do everything they can to continue the level of quality service to the number of people they're serving, regardless of what happens. Yeah, interesting. 48% of their patients, I'm not sure if it's dollars or head count, are Medicare, and another 32 are Medicaid. It's 20% only are private insurance or self-pay. So these government programs are a big deal there. I attended the Gondola Leadership Committee meeting on the 24th. The discussion was centered on station planning. And I just want to point out to everybody that there is some level of concern about how to plan and execute the San Sofia station at the Ridge, as well as the plaza down in Mountain Village, the core there, stations, because those lands, those stations are on TSG property. And in particular, the ones on the plaza are on top of a TSG owned building. And then as well, the San Sofia station design and so forth will need to be approved by that HOA up there. So they are, hoping it won't be a complicated process, but sort of gearing up for that. And they may need our support as county commissioners in those negotiations, or just supporting, the need to get those stations designed and built. On the 25th, Galena and I attended elected official lunch, which was really fun and delicious at the Floridora. I attended on the 25th also a hospital district candidates forum sponsored by Kodo at Rebecca Hall. There's 7 candidates. And the reason I bring this up is that election takes place over off season. Ballots will be available, I believe, starting on Monday. If someone needs to pick one up, they'll be mailed out around April 14th, and they're due back early May. There's 7 candidates for 3 seats, and I think this could be the most important hospital district election of our time, given the fact that this board will be designing and hopefully building
a new medical center. So I think we all need to consider very carefully our votes for that district. On the 26th, I attended Collaborative Action for Immigrants meeting, all is well there. And then yesterday, I attended the Tarrytown Council at 11 o'clock for the TSG update, Tarry Skiing Golf update. I know some of you listened to that online, and so you know that Telluride Skiing Golf did not send a representative to that conversation. But the Telluride Town Council was well prepared to discuss their kind of topics of concern regarding TSG, and they had 4 kind of subject areas with about, I don't know, a dozen questions that they talked through and will deliver to Chuck Horning. And again, Mayor Erico made the point that their frustrations are not at the TSG staff, but at the leadership. And all of the themes really had to do with leadership. I won't go into them now, but they were very well thought out. And the questions I think we all as a community and as elected officials have, and we can go into more depth offline if you're interested, or you can watch the recording. Couple of things that I want to fill you in on that I've been getting information from CCAT on. Probably the one that's most interesting to me is a House Joint Resolution 1023 that has been, what do you call it? Presented, introduced. And this is regarding Tabor reform. The General Assembly is asserting that they are unable to fulfill their constitutional obligation to govern the state because of the Tabor Amendment. They feel that it limits their ability, I can read you some quotes here, their authority to raise taxes and appropriate money, which is their responsibility and arguably a core function of the government. So this is the whole General Assembly, if it passes, will be directing the Committee on Legal Services to engage legal counsel to file a lawsuit on behalf of the General Assembly to see if indeed the Tabor Amendment is constitutional. It's a big move because we all know how hamstrung the state budget is, and often other budgets at the lower levels, by the Tabor Amendment. Evidently, this has been tried in the past, about 10 years ago, or at some time in the past, but the lawsuit was brought by like individuals as opposed to by the whole General Assembly. So that it spent 10 years in the courts just trying to understand whether the plaintiffs had standing. It's very, the reason that this approach is being taken is I don't think they perceive that there will be a question of standing. So it will proceed to a decision on actually the constitutionality of the Tabor Amendment, which I think is interesting. So we'll keep on that. And then that was a kind of another detail. There's a lot of maneuvering going on right now in Denver, trying to pull in revenues legitimately, legally, to help fund the state government that aren't impacted by Tabor, or that they're just clarifying. So there was something about they don't want HUTF money to be counted both for the state and local caps. So I'm impressed with the amount of the depth of the thinking that's going on, trying to address our financial needs in lieu of the restrictions that we have. Another bill that's very interesting to me, and I believe to all of us, given our goal to prioritize equity for our immigrant population, is a proactive immigration rights bill, which has not yet been introduced, but it is conceived to try to layer on some protections within Colorado that have been removed at the federal level, which is tricky because, as we all, like I learned in civics class, that federal law trumps state law, so they have to be kind of careful about what those specific guidelines are. But that is something that I'm studying, and I've been talking with the sheriff about it because a lot of it has to do with law enforcement, and I plan to testify on the parts that I think are consistent with our goals. So did you have something to say?
No, just the vision you tested.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I have for commissioner updates. I think we're ready to move on to item 16, attorney matters. Did you bring candy?
Are you good to power through, or do you need a break before my riveting presentation?
2:15. How's everybody feeling?
Could take a 2-minute break.
2-minute break? Okay.
I did bring cookies.
Oh my God. That's why
I was like, isn't it Galena birthday cake or something?
No, my birthday is over. Okay, we will be back at, let's say 2:20. That's about 3 minutes. Hopefully
You
on
guys
board
are
this
gonna
time.
need coffee for these.
All right. All right. It is 2:20 and we are continuing the regular meeting of the Board County Commissioners, April 2nd, 2025. We are on agenda item 16, attorney matters. And more, I know you plan to attend to item A, presentation of a brief overview and key considerations regarding Colorado open meeting law, ex parte communication and conflicts of interest.
Is there anything else you'd like to cover prior to that?
There's just one thing I wanted to note for you all, and I will send an email about this. So the litigation over Measure 3A, the pleadings are complete in that case, and the court has set a status conference for this Friday to discuss scheduling the next steps of the case. The way these cases go is that the statute mandates that a trial must happen no more than 10 days and no less than 20 days after the issues have been joined. So the court has determined that those days are April 10th through April 21st. I am assuming that those dates are not going to work for the majority of the parties involved in this case. So I have a call with the other defendants' attorneys tomorrow to discuss that. And hopefully we're all able to reach an agreement and the court will permit that trial would be pushed out. That being said, it is possible that some or all of you may be subpoenaed to testify at that trial. Galena, I imagine you would have not much to say about the election for Measure 3A. Not that any of you do, but since you were not a member of the board at the time.
Yeah.
But so I will be emailing you just to get your absolute unavailability for the next month or so that I have that in mind during the scheduling conference on Friday. And I've done the same with our clerk and recorder, Michael Wazinski, since he will likely also be a witness in that trial. So stay tuned. I'm still sorting out what that's going to look like. And Lane Thomason has made herself available to assist in that. Since those dates, if it did have to happen on those dates, which I, again, really hope is not the case, I'm planning to be out of the state on those exact dates. So
Maura, is that something we would have to appear in person for, or could we appear online and Zoom?
typically remote appearance is an option if needed. So that's something we could address with the court, especially if I know that you're not going to be in the state or in the county on the day that it is happening.
Okay, and also, I know we had filed a motion to dismiss the charges against us. Has that been resolved? I thought that was still pending.
No, I think that was noted in my last litigation update that the court granted the plaintiff, Emily Masson's motion to strike those motions to dismiss because the statute doesn't contemplate that type of response. So we had to file a normal answer to the original complaint, and included in that, we filed a counter statement and an affirmative defense that's along the same lines as our motion to dismiss, but that will have to be borne out in the trial. Yes. So just keep a lookout for that email from me where I'll be asking for your availability. So I have that in mind. And I'm not planning to call you, but the plaintiff may, since you are the named party in the case. And that's the only update I have on that. So I will go ahead with my presentation. Alrighty. So this is intended to just be a bit of a refresher training on some of the key issues with open meetings, ethical considerations, ex parte communications, and conflicts of interest that can come up just in the regular course of you all doing your jobs as commissioners. So sorry for it being a little bit dry, but so I'm starting with the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Generally, the purpose of that is to say that public business needs to be conducted in public. The main rule is that a meeting of a quorum of a public body, here being two of you, where public business is being discussed or any formal action is being taken, that meeting must be open to the public. A meeting is anything that is in person, telephone, email, or other means that two or more of you are communicating with each other. And a public meeting requires full and timely notice to the public. Pretty straightforward. I think you all know that. A local public body is defined as any board, commission, or other advisory decision-making body of a political subdivision of the state or entity delegated governmental decision-making functions. Timely notice is defined as at least 24 hours. I think we usually strive for more than that. But that's the minimum. And then any public meeting requires minutes to be taken. And then I put a little bit on there about executive sessions, just what's required to go into executive session. And I think we all are familiar with that no action or adoption can take place during those executive sessions.
Maura, may I interrupt for a moment and ask
Please.
a question about the last slide? When you talk about minutes, there's obviously numerous ways you can do minutes for a meeting. I had always been informed that the legal or the minimum legal requirement for minutes is any decision that is made during the meeting must be captured of who made the motion, the second, what the vote was. But you don't need to include necessarily all the conversation that led up to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think we usually have the backup of, the recording and the transcription. So if someone wanted to hear all the back and forth nitty gritty, that is available.
I just raised that because I know we've heard questions or challenges from people on occasion saying, oh no, you have to have what everybody said during the meeting is a part of the minutes.
It's not supposed to be a verbatim transcript.
Right.
And similarly, I have seen a number of scenarios where local governments kind of swing back and forth between what we generally call like just true minute taking, which is actions, and a little bit more flourish of the conversation, and it ends up being at the board's discretion. And I think kudos to Carmen for doing a really good job of walking that way.
Is that why they're called minutes, not hours? Sorry, I couldn't pass that one out. Okay, next slide. So what is public business? I think this is the most important piece probably to keep in mind when you're not sure, like, are we having a meeting? It's really your policy-making functions where you're either discussing or undertaking a rule, regulation, ordinance, or formal action. It's when you're focused on the merits or the substance of an issue. So you're having a discussion, a debate, or exchanging ideas. So that's a good rule to keep in mind when you're, having a conversation with each other. It doesn't include basic scheduling, logistics, sharing information with each other, responding to inquiries from the public, or posing questions for future discussion. So those things you're not conducting public business if you're doing those things.
Can you just say those four things it doesn't include again?
Scheduling, availability, logistics things, forwarding information, responding to inquiries from the public, and posing a question for future discussion.
It also says something about doesn't include sharing information.
Yeah, forwarding information is, yeah.
Oh, I see.
So just to kind of give a good example, we were talking this afternoon about CCI, right? We know CCI is forwarding a number of items to Commissioner Brown on a regular basis based on her kind of part of being the board representative for CCI. So her forwarding that to the rest of the board members is not considered a public.
That's right. And then just one thing to keep in mind that email and text messages could also be a meeting. So it's good to avoid any back and forth on any public business, even though it may feel more efficient to do it that way. And then one other piece of that is not, and I don't think that this is happening here, but just good to note because I have heard about it happening in other counties, to avoid any sub meetings during a meeting. So I know we have the chat function disabled on our Zoom, but texting each other, emailing each other during a meeting, not a good thing to do, not a good idea. And then chance meetings or social gatherings where the purpose of that gathering or meeting is not to conduct public business. Those are not public meetings. You know, so if 2 or 3 of you are attending a social event that has nothing to do with county business, you don't need to notice a public meeting for that. So any other questions on public meetings before I move on to ex parte communications? All right. So ex parte communications are any written or verbal communication that's received outside of a public hearing between the decision maker and one or more of the parties that will be involved, but not all of the parties, concerning the issue that is going to be considered by the decision-making body. And typically that communication seeks to influence or present information regarding the issue that will be decided. This is especially applicable in quasi-judicial actions that involve the determination of rights, duties, or obligations of individuals based on the application of existing legal standards or policy considerations to specific facts that are developed at the hearing. So decisions on land use applications is the most probably example that you see the most here. Appeal hearings would be another one. So ex parte communications are improper because it interferes with the due process rights of the applicant. So those due process rights include the right to have their matter heard by an impartial body, that the decisions will be made based on the facts and evidence that are in the record. And that is the matters that are presented at the hearing, not anything outside of the record. And the reason it's improper is because the parties don't have the opportunity to cross-examine or challenge any information or argument that you might receive outside of the public hearing. And so these are something to keep an eye out for, because if a decision you make is challenged on the basis of ex parte communication, that could be grounds for reversing your decision. So just some tips for, avoiding ex parte communications. If you feel like someone is approaching you, trying to give you information about something that you're going to be hearing in the future or that is already before you, stop the person and tell them you can't discuss the matter outside of the public hearing. Encourage them to participate in the hearing, either by written or oral testimony. And then if you do receive ex parte communications, disclose that on the record about the contact that you received, whether you gave any response, and whether you feel like you could still be impartial on the decision despite that contact. And if you think it goes to that point, consider whether or not you should abstain from the decision or recuse yourself from voting on the matter. So really asking, does the communication you received affect your impartiality or create an appearance of impropriety or otherwise create a conflict? General policy discussions are unlikely to disqualify a commissioner, endanger due process, or deprive an applicant of a fair decision. But discussions about facts of a particular matter or a commissioner's decision on a specific question might fall into the realm of ex parte communications. And then just one additional note on independent research. This is a little separate from ex parte communications, but I think kind of falls in the same category and important to keep in mind. So an example is, imagine you're sitting in a public hearing and you remember something that you read or heard about a topic that's at issue, and you think it would be helpful to share that with your fellow commissioners, don't do that. It's similar to ex parte communication because you're introducing things into the consideration in the record that were not presented during that public hearing, and were not presented by the proponent and opponent of the issue that's being heard. It's not the job of you as the decision makers to build a record. That's the job of staff or applicants. Your job is to make the decision based on what has been presented to you. So that's just a little bit of a side note to ex parte, but something worth mentioning.
That's really helpful. That hasn't really been presented to me in that light.
I would, just as a note, I think one of the things as I got here last year that I've really observed the planning staff are very careful about. They have a certain format, and I've kind of suggested, hey, maybe we could amend that format, and they've been pretty stalwart of like keeping this format because it's really worked for us. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from their desire to make sure they're kind of walking that fine line in a lot of respects. It's not to say that a little improvement and continued growth in sharing information is good, but they do a very good job of outlining that public record when they do have a land use case in front of them.
I have a couple things that would be helpful for me to clarify. So last week, we received a request from the North School District for $1 million allocation. And in their letter, they had written that students could not be accepted at the other school districts because they were full.
Yeah.
And that had not been my understanding. So I did do some independent research to verify that. I think Commissioner Waring did as well. I called one of the school districts and we learned that information was incorrect. Is that independent research on a quasi-judicial decision that we should not have done and or shared?
I would say no, because that request was to you as your policy making and how you're spending your money, and not this is not a quasi judicial. This is in the context of, you're hearing a land use application, you're hearing an appeal. And that needs to be based on the record that's been presented.
Okay.
But when you're deciding on county policy or how to spend the money, that's you can inform yourself.
Education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that helps. And then I was thinking about, I often have questions for the planning department because, their issues are so complex. And so I will, in the past, I had like said to Kay or John, can you sit down with me and help me explain this? And Kay's really good to Jared's point about saying, this is a quasi-judicial decision, so we should not be having that conversation without the other commissioners. So she has suggested I can send my questions ahead, so she's prepared to answer them. Or if I can't do that, to just bring them up during the meeting. So that was really helpful for me too, because I don't like to, obviously I do like to ask a lot of questions, but I try not to ask questions that other people already know the answer to, just I don't want to waste time. But anyway, that was really helpful, the way she explained that to me.
Great. Any other questions on the ex parte stuff?
Maybe you could give us a couple examples aside from land use that might be places where there would be concern. An appeal of a tax bill, for example, is that considered a place where the record is public and we need to be careful?
Yes, because that could come before you.
Mhm.
And that's something that you would consider based on the record that's developed in
Right.
the
And just
lower
for
levels.
all of our benefit, but to Commissioner Brown's question, are there other common items of discussion or business that we should be especially wary?
One may be consideration of a termination or alteration to a deed restriction.
Mhm.
The type of decisions that you need to make on someone's specific property,
Mhm.
that you're deciding as a decision-making body that affects someone's rights and those types of things. Yeah, that would be another example.
And I had an example of that. I can't remember who was involved, but someone who wanted to terminate their deed restriction reached out to me as a commissioner because they didn't know what to do or something. And I was directed to direct them to planning staff, and that's exactly what we did. I said, I can't participate in this conversation, but here's who you should talk to. So it's working.
Great to hear.
When I think it's a really difficult place as a commissioner where you've campaigned building relationships with your constituents, especially in your districts, and they trust you and they want to reach out to you and they're asking you for help. But I think the easiest way is to say, you know, I'm going to be able to be the best advocate if I can sit objectively to hear this eventually, whether it's through the application or through an appeal process, versus disqualifying myself from being able to consider that. So I think people are more understanding once they realize, like, hey, if we engage in this conversation, there's a good chance I might have to step out and I won't be a part of that decision making.
One more question or point that I want to make sure I understand. I don't have the slide number, but the first slide for ex parte communications, you say this would be a conversation or meeting or something, communication between the decision-making authority, i.e. a commissioner, and one or more of the parties involved in the decision. So I often, if we have a big decision coming up, people will email us or call us or stop us on the street to share their opinion. They're not involved in the matter, but they're a member of the public and they care. You know, so they're not an opponent or a proponent, like legally.
They could still be considered a opponent or proponent if you're receiving. Generally, I would say if it's something that you're going to be hearing in a public hearing, to just encourage those people to present their comments in that format.
Okay.
And with the email, if you receive it, you can read it, but then forward it to the usually planning department. And it goes into the packet and then everybody involved needs to read
Right.
that. If it's a conversation, you do have to get a hand up and go, whoa.
Yeah, you obviously can't prevent people from sending you emails, but it's not engaging in a back and forth with them is the key, and making sure that whatever they've submitted to you is included in the record. All right, I'll move on to conflicts of interest. So conflicts of interest arise when you act on a personal interest or opinion and personally benefit from it, rather than putting the general public interest first. As I know you are all aware, you're serving the public trust. You're serving in the public trust and are to perform your duties for the benefit of the people of the county. No member of a local board or commission shall take any official action that may have a direct economic benefit on a business or undertaking in which they have a direct or substantial financial interest. So it's not a conflict of interest to have an opinion. The conflict arises when you act on that and personally benefit from it. If a commissioner has a direct financial interest in a decision being made, or an issue that's being resolved, or in an issue being resolved a certain way, there is likely a conflict of interest. So there are steps you can take to resolve that conflict. First is to disclose it on the record. Second is abstain from voting. And third, do not participate in any way in the decision making. That's, talking to your fellow commissioners outside of the public process or speaking for or against that matter in your capacity as a public citizen. If a conflict does exist for more than one commissioner, it may be resolved if it's necessary to achieve a quorum, if the official discloses that conflict on the record and believes that they're able to remain fair and impartial on the subject.
Maura, the sub bullets there, are those options, or do you do all of those things? If you have a conflict of interest.
All of those things. Yep. So just a few examples of the types of conflicts that might arise. And these examples are all derived from cases that have been heard in Colorado. So I'll try to run through these quickly. So impartiality, so an example is 2 commissioners help with a petition opposing issuance of a permit for a new development. Member A was actively involved and wrote an opinion piece in the newspaper urging the public to oppose it. Member B had limited involvement with the petition. Member A's action is a conflict and they should disqualify. Member B's conduct does not amount to a conflict. So it's really that, have you publicly expressed your view on the issue? Financial or property interests. So say a commissioner is a member of a church that is submitting a rezoning application for the church land so that it can be sold. That is not a conflict of interest. It's an indirect personal interest that does not rise to that level. Another example is the commissioner owns land abutting a proposed subdivision. That is a conflict and the commissioner would have to recuse themselves. Business associations, the applicant is your personal accountant. That is a conflict and requires recusal. A commissioner is an architect or contractor that could benefit from the development project. You must recuse yourself because that is a conflict. And another example is you are a member at the same club as the applicant. That is not a conflict because if you have no direct interest in what they're proposing. For appearance of fairness, the example here is a commissioner testified against a variance at the planning commission. And that variance is needed before the board can give subdivision approval. That is a conflict and would require recusal. And then the last one, personal bias. In order to disqualify a commissioner, personal bias must lead to favoring or hostility towards one party or must imperil open-mindedness and fairness. And that's evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So hopefully that's not one we would run into, but.
Is that evaluated by you?
I guess so. We would have to have a conversation about to what level your personal bias would interfere with your ability to be objective. Yes.
Can I back up a slide just for a hypothetical?
Sure.
I don't know if you can pull the screen backwards, but there was the possibility of not having a quorum if 2 commissioners both had a potential conflict. And the one place where I could foresee this happening is Commissioner Brown and I both live in deed restricted housing, and it's possible that we could be posed a question that could directly affect us financially for the better or for the worse. And would suppose that both of us felt we just couldn't handle that conflict impartially because our own personal finances were so overpowering. What would happen? Does that get picked to another board?
That's a great question, and I'm not 100% sure of the answer. I think what we would, in this hypothetical example, it is something we're currently thinking about. Try to find a way to segment out decision-making that wouldn't require both of you to decide on each other's. Does that make sense? It's something I'm already thinking about if we do get to that point, where there'd be some way to parse out decision-making that would remove you
I
from
could vote on hers
decisions
and she could vote on mine.
involving your own property. Yes.
I also think one of the other things is that doing nothing does tend to be an option, right? Living by whatever rule exists. If you were to be considering some rule change or adjustment that you could not resolve yourselves on, it would remain where it is today.
Got it. And wait for a different board.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you would be because you would be unable to act.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. And then, unless there's any other questions on conflicts of interest, I just wanted to touch on some other important ethical considerations that are addressed in state law. So prohibition against disclosure or use of confidential information, limitations on gifts. So that prohibits any gifts intended to persuade or reward government employees. That includes gifts or things of value to your spouse or dependent children. and includes promises of future employment, favors or services, travel, entertainment, and special discounts.
Dang it.
But it doesn't include campaign contributions, unsolicited items of trivial value, gifts from relatives or personal friends on special occasions, meals provided when you're asked to appear or speak, expenses related to attendance at a nonprofit conference if you are presenting, and the normal compensation that you're paid in the course of your employment. That's all I have on that. And then I did include in the packet just copies of our county code of ethics and code of conduct, which the code of conduct policy addresses conflicts of interest and expected conduct of county officials and employees. And the code of ethics is an agreement for members of county boards, commissions, and advisory groups, and also covers conflicts of interest as well as ex parte communications and other ethical standards for public officials. So just always a good thing to review. And that's all I have on that. If there are other questions, and then I know we wanted to just briefly return to what Commissioner Brown addressed at the beginning of the meeting regarding public comment. Commissioner Brown and I had met last week to discuss establishing some more clear guidelines for both the board and the public on how public comment will be handled for specific agenda items. So we did propose adding that language to the top of the agenda that you saw on today's agenda. And that's just to notify the public that comment will be taken at the chair's discretion and as time allows, and encouraging the public to submit their comments in writing, and just so that if we don't have time for comment on every item, that's being heard. And then we did add the sideboard that the chair will not solicit public comment on routine staff and commissioner updates that aren't listed as individual agenda items, but we're certainly interested in your feedback from Commissioner Waring and Gleason on that proposal and whether we want to continue with that notification language on the agenda.
Are you referring to the final sentence in particular? Or the entire paragraph?
Just the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, my first question does have to do with that final sentence. If there's a routine county staff or commissioner update, the ones that I see that are usually listed on the agenda are the managers and the commissioners themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm reading this that those are listed on a specific agenda items, so they would be potentially available for public comment at the chair's discretion.
It's intended to be, so like commissioner updates, that is, you're running through a whole bunch of things that are not specifically agendized. So those items.
Okay.
What you're sharing during your regular update that didn't warrant a separate agenda item, those are the things.
So it's under the general heading of
Right.
commissioner updates, but we're not necessarily.
Right, and the
looking to
same with
comment on each item that Galena brings up about
Right.
good deeds and meetings she's been attending.
Yes.
Okay.
But if like for number 14 today, manager matters, Mike had 3 agenda items listed.
Mhm.
The meeting on May 29th, the sheriff appointment process, the $40,000, because those are listed. The chair may or may not accept public comment on those.
Understood.
But just his general updates that aren't specifically agendized like that, that's not an option.
Thank you for that clarification. That makes perfect sense.
Does it? Okay. Yeah, I really wanted to hear from you. We did, because you run these meetings many times, so. And Galena also. As a fresh perspective.
Yes, I mean, my my only true real solid experience is sitting on the planning commission and watching Chair Taylor, run those meetings. He does a really good job, especially I feel like he always allows enough time for public comment, and I've learned a lot just watching him. And he always just kind of preloads at every meeting, even though it's the same every time. He just clarifies how public comment is going to go, which you did really well today, I thought.
Well, just reading this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is there anything that you think works particularly well at the planning commission that we have not included in here?
No, I mean, it's
Like-
well laid out with its new statement on the top of the agenda. And I think if we're just consistent in reading that at the beginning of every meeting, in the instance that there are new members of the public who haven't attended one of these meetings, and it's just they're privy to what is going on and what to expect.
Great.
Yeah.
You have a hand up.
Okay, one other thing I wanted to say that, before we get to the hand up. Is that, Maura has been really helpful and everybody that I'm sitting across from. And making sure that I'm consistent with, allowing, the same access for public comment from people online versus in the room. And reminding me repeatedly to make sure I'm gonna time everybody for 3 minutes, so, all of the people in the room and everything, please, everybody, don't be shy to remind me, for either of those points, okay? I will not be offended, I'd be grateful. We do have some public comment now. This is not an item on the agenda. However, I know this is of interest to you, Mr. Tooley, and I definitely want to hear from you. So you would please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to discuss our sort of policy, if you will, on public comments.
Well, I'm speaking about the issue in its entirety, the presentation in its entirety. Minutes by practice include by common practice, as I'm aware, include the names of the public members who speak on an issue, and increasingly include direct links to the time point in the tape where that discussion occurred. It doesn't always happen with 100% accuracy, but it's certainly of great help and gets you close at least.
Happy to answer.
I have. Oh yes, please.
We'll wait for her to speak now. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
I have concerns about the unagendized meeting between Chair Brown and new Commissioner Gleason on the Norwood School District. That's a complex issue, and it goes to the continuation of county practices that need to be changed, and specifically in the relation to the town of Norwood. Just as an aside, although there is not precedence for financial contributions to school districts, that is an essential aspect of our housing policies in that community, is having a healthy school district. That's a bigger question, and it's a very big leadership question, and I appreciate your tolerance in that diversion. I mentioned at the start of this meeting the problematic nature of the previous policy and the expansion that you've just discussed regarding allowing public contact, public comment. And there's a discrepancy in that policy, and that's, if you will not be able to speak on agenda item, that should be allowed at the beginning of the meeting, and that should be determined beforehand. And I would suggest, that allowing public comment is a part of scheduling on every item. Allowing public comment is a part of scheduling and running a good meeting. You haven't addressed this subject directly in these policies, but addressing if you're going to make the finding that the subject is off topic, that needs to be a completely clear finding. There can be no ambiguity
Excuse me,
in
you're
that case, and which there has always been in your objections to my comments, your obstructions, your interruptions of my comments. Thank you.
Karen, did you want to respond to Mr. Tooley on some matter?
Doug, I just wanted to clarify that we changed our we changed our whole agenda management system and our video system. And so because of that, you're not going to get those timestamps that you did. And I know those were really helpful. And if something changes, we'll definitely change it. But that's the reason why you don't have that ability anymore. It was just for about 4 years with an older agenda management system.
Thank you, Carmen. And I also want to address your suggestion that we determine before the meeting when public comment will and won't be taken. And Laura and I discussed that at length and felt that that was just not possible, given that a lot of the chair's discretion will have to do with where we are in our schedule. We often have people from out of town coming in for meetings at specific times, and we like to be as close to those times as possible, which is why we included in this this statement at the beginning of our agenda, the fact that if you are really urgently want your opinion to be heard or your view to be heard on a specific agenda item, to submit that in writing a day before, so that the commissioners are certain to receive your comment. That it's just not possible for us, not knowing how long everything will take, to know ahead of time where we'll be able to take public comment and how long. And that's why there is a chair who can make those decisions. Okay, anything else from you, Laura? Or no commissioners? Okay, everybody has their nodding no. Looking happy that the meeting might be over.
I just have one thing not related to this topic to update you on.
You have 3 minutes.
Whenever you're finished.
I think we're finished. Carry on, Mike.
Very good. So, I was reminded, a little while ago about M44, the road we heard the public comment on. M44 is not a winter maintained road by the county. Similar to the section of 60M, atop Silver Pick, similar to 56L, the upper section of Fall Creek Road, similar to X48 over Iron Springs, or T60 through the Grayhead subdivision. Those roads are all not winter maintained. However, those HOAs have a winter plowing permit that they contract with a private contractor to maintain. So if that resident, I thought that was pretty important as we were discussing potentially crafting a letter to them about how we could improve the road situation, to just remind us all that that is under a private plowing permit that that subdivision has for that road.
If they're plowing issues or snow issues, they need to be directed to that private contractor.
That's correct.
But road conditions would be our purview. Not
In the summer.
winter,
Yeah, summer maintenance.
Summer maintenance. Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would also hesitate for the board to quickly consider adding that one to winter maintenance, given that we have several other subdivisions, the ones I just mentioned, that have asked in the past, such as Iron Springs, for the county to take over winter maintenance. And one of the things that Ryan has shown us is the cost to do that versus what we receive back. It would be a major financial loss when we're already trying to just break even with our road and bridge.
And are having trouble fully staffing our department as well. I don't think we are in a position to take on additional responsibilities.
Right. But that is not to say that we couldn't discuss summer maintenance issues with them.
Absolutely, I think we should definitely do that, and I'll let Mr. Millard know that we'll be getting back to him in the next couple weeks.
Great.
With a suggestion.
Very good.
Okay. I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, the meeting is adjourned. It is 3:05 PM. Thank you, everybody, for a very productive day. And Laura, look up, please.
Yeah, brilliant move.
What a great tradition, Laura.
Yeah.
We started this.
Every attorney update from here on.